And I'm calling the meeting to order. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of this meeting. It is going to be live at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. Signups were available until 5 p.m. Central yesterday. Members of the public will speak under Agenda Item 5, and those members of the public joining remotely are going to remain in the Zoom waiting room until it's their turn to speak. Please note that the meeting will be recorded, and that recording will be made available to the public. The State Bar's Executive Director, Trey Apfel, will now call roll.
Director Baruch, Director Benish, Director Browning, Director Bullard, Director Cantu, Director Cavazos, Director Charbonnet, Director Cherry, Director Clark, Director Cochran, Director Courageous, Director Crosley, Director Culpepper, Director Gibson, Director Goss, Director Grosdidier, Director Harris, Director Harrison, Director Hicks, Director Hill, Director Hoskins, Director Huddleston, Director Israni, Director Castle, Director Kern, Director Kroger has an excused absence. Senior Justice Learman is present. Chief Justice Martinez, Director Masre, Judge McClure, Director McDonald, Director Mateer, Director Morales has an excused absence. Director Naylor, Director Perez, Director Pineda, Director Popoff has an excused absence. Director Pratt, Judge Pulliam, Director Quadros, Director Ritter, Director Shambato, Director Sloan, Director Smith, Director Stafford, Director Stelly, Director Sood, Director Tawada, Director Thiagi Rajan, Director Tisdale, Dr. Martin Toby, Director Robert Toby, Director Tobin, Director Vasquez, Director Venzor, Director Voss, Director Wooten, Director Wynn, Justice Young. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. That takes us to Agenda Item 3. I'm going to give a little lead in here. As some of you know, there were 2 lives lost due to senseless violence at a recent Juneteenth celebration in Round Rock, Texas. One of the victims was Ara Duke. The other one was a beloved rising star of our own Texas Bar. Rudy Mateer was going to be here to give the invocation. He's not here because, in part, he is at an event to honor the ones whose lives were lost at the Juneteenth celebration. The woman who I referred to as a rising star was Lindsay McNair, and she left behind her husband, Kevin, and 3 small children. We have Director Harrison here to read the remarks from Director Mateer, and as she approaches the podium, I ask that we all have a moment of silence.
All right, let us bow our heads. Father, as we gather today, leaders not only in our communities, but in the state and in this country, on a day that celebrates freedom not just for one aspect of society, but in all aspects of society, because we know and we hold dear that wherever someone is hurt, all of us are in pain. Let us have guidance from you in our hearts, our minds, and our spirit to not only administer the law fairly and equitably, but serve the citizens of this blessed state of Texas and these United States in a manner befitting leadership, compassion, and love. For on this special day, a day of freedom, freed slaves who cried out to you in the hardest of days and the darkest of nights had their prayers answered. And when their prayers were answered, they didn't seek retribution, but instead showed leadership, compassion, and love. They reflected you in the world, Father. Let us come together and establish that this State Bar of Texas is a bar that sets a standard for excellence in not only how the laws are administered, but how we treat people, how we treat one another in this august body. Let us remember those who have lost their lives needlessly and senselessly, Lord, and hold their love in our heart. Though times in life may be somber, those times in life may be hard, it is in these times that we truly find out who we are and what we stand for. There are many who know you, Father, by numerous names, including Allah, Yahweh, Buddha, for we know you are reflective and known to all people. I pray to you today in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, and glory to God forever and forever, amen. In the name of this Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen.
Thank you, Director Harrison. That takes us to agenda item 4, and at this time I'd like to call Director McDonald to lead the board in the pledge to the United States and Texas flags. Director McDonald.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Director McDonald. All right, that takes us to agenda item 5, remarks from the general public. At this time, we would like to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us in person who wishes to speak should sign a blue sign-in card and return it to staff. Looks like this. If there's a specific topic of discussion or agenda item you want to speak on, please list that on the card. If any members of the public have signed up to speak remotely, as I said earlier, you will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it's your turn to speak, and I will address you to indicate when you may begin. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak on your agenda item, and we'll notify you when that time is complete. I know we have some speakers. I do have to stick to that 3-minute limit, and I want to say it goes fast, and I'm sorry if I have to cut you off before you're done. We just have to stay on schedule. All right, I believe that we have one person on Zoom, and we'll go ahead and turn to that individual. We have Steve Fisher, a former member of our board, here with us.
I guess.
There you are, Mr. Fisher. Thank you so much for being here. You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon from Susan and Dogs and I. We're in Eagle Pass today. I have a lot to get through. One of the things when I was a director, I complained a lot about the bar grievance system and wanted changes. And it's only fair that I come back and say that the disciplinary council has improved a lot. The whole tenor, the whole attitude has gotten to more inquisitory than prosecutorial, and I really appreciate that, and I think it makes the bar look good too. I had one recent hearing where my client said, "Ms. Fisher, you're cross-examining me harder than the bar is." Well, I have to have some entertainment too on these things, but I wanted to say that. I want to also say that I urge you guys, whenever there's a chance, to keep pushing and amplifying Zoom. It's starting to erode, but there's more cases, there's more attorneys, there's more older attorneys, there's more attorneys with disabilities. This is really important. And in the old days, people would say, "We're going to have to do jury trials on this." No. I think almost everybody is for it now. So if you get that opportunity, please push that. Last, I wanted to say something about the camaraderie and stuff of former directors. I want you all to understand this after you're gone, if you don't already. But people I would scream at, people whose sobriety I would question, even though there was no real question. They're all friends, and in that regard, Lucy Forbes and I were going to start a once-a-month Zoom just for former directors and directors, just to say hi, see what you were doing. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that, and So my last request is sort of a personal request. If you guys just have a minute or two, if you can send Lucy Forbes a note, just, hey, how you doing? Cheer up, whatever it is, I would really appreciate it, and she would really appreciate it. Um, some of these directors, I was asked to speak for an hour and a half and present a CLE, and you could just go back, and I got Chad and Diane and Scott and Paul Homburg from the bar, and they made it so easy for me. So I appreciate you guys. I hope you go to bar leaders, and I'll see some of you. I couldn't make it today, and thanks. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fisher, for all of your remarks, including the good reminder about Lucy. We appreciate you.
Okay.
All right, we have one other member of the public here with us in person to speak. Ms. Parks, the floor is yours if you'll come up to the microphone. And as I mentioned, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing public comments, in your organization. My name is Tanya Parks, and I'm here to speak on Juneteenth in regards to the African American disparages that I still see within the state bar in the grievance process and just in the overall, judicial process as well, where I see that there's been several times where these lawyers and judges have relationships and they campaign together, they party together, they do all kinds of activities together, they have lawyer-client relationships together, and they still appear in these judges' courts. And as an African American, a lot of times there's a lot of disparages where we don't have the income to be able to hire these big box lawyers that have these connections with these lawyers and these judges. And so when we come up to the table with our cases, a lot of times they are not given fairly due to these, disclosures or conflicts that are not disclosed. And so I asked this committee to really look at, starting committees that would create an oversight over the judicial and the legal system to ensure that individuals are treated fairly in court and these conflicts are addressed, maybe by having judges list these potential conflicts when these attorneys appear in their court. That way, when these attorneys appear, the litigant has the opportunity to decide if they want to continue to move forward. And so I just ask and I urge this organization to really do complete transparency so that not only African American litigants are treated fairly, all litigants are fair. You know what, we just said the Pledge of Allegiance and, pledge to the flag and everything. And so we want it to be equal for all at all times and just fair. And I really do feel like this organization, the State Bar, has the ability to create organizations, even the organizations they have. I have spoken with members on those organizations who really didn't know what they were doing, and it's like, so they're really not doing anything for the community, when it comes to it. So it looks like it's a facade. It's a facade where you have these organizations and they are doing things, they appear to be doing things and setting laws, but they're not being practiced in front of the courts. And that's the problem. So it's like we want real boots on the ground, real sleeves rolled up, and really get out there so that this world will be a better place for everyone and not just the ones that are privileged. Even just driving around and going into different neighborhoods, you can see that you have these higher affluent neighborhoods with a majority of, Caucasian and white. And then you have, the African American community, and it just looks oppressed. And a lot of that happens because the courts were not being treated fairly when we have issues that come, and then just in society. And so I just really hope and pray and ask this organization to really look at it. And the African Americans that are on these committees really get out there and do the work.
Thank
and
you.
really help create the equal. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you. And
Thank you for your time and for being here. Thank you. All right, I believe that is everyone who signed up to speak from the public. Okay, for the remainder of the meeting, if there are any board members or staff who want to speak, you'll go to the microphone at the center of the room so that everyone can hear you and we have a good recording, and I'll call on you when it's your time to speak. This takes us to agenda item 6, And first, we're going to consider and discuss approval of the consent agenda items. If there are any directors who wish to remove a particular item from the consent agenda to the regular agenda, please speak now. All right, we do have one item that needs modification. President-elect Benish has asked that we remove from item C3E1 the appointment of Katie Fillmore to the Texas Bar Journal Board of Editors. He has intended to appoint her to another committee and will make that appointment in September. That is the only modification that we have on the table. We do need a motion to modify the consent agenda, and I'll entertain that now. Director McDonald moves. Is there a second? Director Charbonnet? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All right. Anybody opposed say nay. That's approved unanimously. That takes us to item 6B, general report and overview of the bar year. You will hear some details about what we accomplished as a board and as a bar from, I know, President Tisdale and Executive Director Apfel. I'm going to take this opportunity in my last report as your chair to focus on gratitude. And I want to start by expressing gratitude for the staff members. Every single one of you, you work tirelessly and you make everybody look good. You set such a good example. You bring consistency and continuity. And I don't think any of us could do this job without you. And so I hope we'll all express gratitude with applause for the staff. I now want to focus on my gratitude for you all as a board and some of the many reasons why I'm grateful for you and the type of community that we've fostered and furthered together during this bar year. We came together as a board in a time of great divisiveness in our broader society, and we are not a monolith. Far from it. We are very diverse. We come from different backgrounds. We have different religious and spiritual beliefs. We have different political affiliations. We have different practices. We're from different parts of the state. And each one of us has a unique life story that shaped us into the human beings that we are today. But notwithstanding all of those differences that we have, I think we worked together really well as a community this year. We engaged in respectful dialogue, and I think we made thoughtful decisions for the State Bar of Texas. We also engaged in giving together through our community outreach efforts, and I believe that we will have made and will continue to make positive differences in the lives of children who encounter our court system and in the lives of people who have suffered from mental health conditions. I think we did good, meaningful work together. And our community really did reinforce something that I mentioned when I got up here at a different podium in a different place and asked for your vote as chair. And that is that we are stronger together than we are apart. And as I was reflecting on what I wanted to say to you today, I kept coming back to a sentiment that Dr. Maya Angelou shared with people many times, and that I've put on my own Facebook page as a reminder to myself, and that is to be a rainbow in somebody else's cloud. She encouraged us to be a rainbow in somebody else's cloud, and that was part of a broader presentation that she made about how every time that she got up to do something, to perform, she took everyone who had ever been kind to her with her to perform. And in that way, she was never alone. She always had support. And as I think about this current bar year and what we've been through together, I just want to thank you all for your kindness in your community. It made such a difference to me, and I think it made a difference in how we moved through our responsibilities as a bar and a board. I hope that we'll take this spirit of community with us into our future endeavors in everything we do, but especially when we feel alone and feel like we need to be supported. Because if we do that, I think we'll be stronger, and I don't think we'll ever really be alone. So thank you for the opportunity to be your chair, and it's just been a true honor and a privilege. Thank you very much. Cindy, President Tisdale just told me none of that, and she means tears, but I can't help it. Thank you. Speaking of honoring people, I do, as chair, have a couple awards to present. And I'm going to start with the Outstanding Third-Year Director Award. I want to say first that every single third-year director has done great work, but I'm going to recognize one person in particular for the work done over this bar year. This director is a consummate professional. I've watched him build people up around him, and in doing so, foster that kind of community that I just talked with you about, and also foster well-functioning committee work and broader board work. I've seen this director put the needs of the organization before his own desire for personal gain more than once. I've seen him lead artfully and efficiently and always give people the space they need to contribute to conversations. He's one of those people who doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. And finally, as chair of the Discipline and Client Attorney Assistance Program Committee, this director gracefully and tirelessly helped with overseeing the time-intensive, detail-oriented referendum process to a successful conclusion. Director Robert Tobey, we honor you for your substantial contributions to the bar. You come on up. Okay, board policy states that from time to time, the chair can also make a special award to a public member of the board for outstanding service. So I am taking advantage of that opportunity to give an award to one of our public board members. This director is consistently kind and welcoming, and again, that fosters that sense of community among us. His professional experiences have given him an in-depth understanding of the subject matter that he's dealt with at the committee level. But even though he entered his role with that background knowledge, he still dedicated time, a lot of time, to visit with staff and analyze materials as needed. So he would come to every single committee meeting prepared to lead, explain, and answer questions. He strives consistently for improvement, and in that regard, he humbly invites suggestions for improvement at every step and really invites it, doesn't just say it, he's really inviting it. And that way of approaching leadership responsibilities is admirable, I think, to great. As chair of the Audit and Finance Committee, this director explained audit, finance, and budget concepts in simple terms that everyone could understand, and that's not easy to do. And he maximized committee and board members' involvement because he was willing to explain things in ways we could understand. Director Forrest Huddleston, this is for you. You're so deserving of the award. Okay, that takes us now to agenda item 7. I'll call on Executive Director Apfel to provide a general report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following tradition, I'd like to highlight some of the bar's accomplishments over this past bar year. And I'll start with our 1415 Lavaca building project. As you know, past President Sylvia Barunda Firth continues to chair our building committee. We continue working on budgeting plans, legal issues, architectural designs, and fundraising. We have spoken with many of our past board members and our past presidents. In addition to our day job at the bar, taking on this special project has created new challenges for us, but we have a good team in place, a good committee in place that is going to take us to completion of a successful project. So stay tuned, and we appreciate all of your support moving forward. On the communications front, I remind you of the Boudreaux decision out of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. We've had several communications with the board updating you on developments as we have encountered them. I have given updates on the Boudreaux case and how the State Bar of Texas is handling it at the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents, the Bar Leaders Institute, the Western States Bar Conference. I've also moderated panels at those levels. Our communications review process is a model for other state bars across the country. Other executive directors have reached out to me as to how we have handled that process, and thanks to the leadership of Lowell Brown and Chris Ritter and our communications division and our legal division, we've been able to navigate that process. We have reached out to our sections, to our committees, to our divisions, to our staff, and to our board to give direction and guidance on how to make sure we are in compliance and remain in compliance with Boudreaux. On the financial front, we received word a while back that the Supreme Court, after considering our budget and budget presentation, approved our 24-25 fiscal year budget. We gave a in-depth budget presentation to the court on May the 6th, spent 2 hours or so going over in great depth and in detail what that budget looks like and why. That budget also includes, also included in that presentation was a dues increase for next June of 10%. That will be the first dues increase in 34 years at that time. We presented to the court the fact that expenditures are outpacing revenues, and we are taking advantage of that statutory 10% increase so that we can make sure that the bar remains on sound financial footing. If you think of it in terms of that $235 for lawyers practicing 5 years or more, that $235 back in 1991 would be $594 today. So you can see that the efforts that the State Bar has made to achieve economies of scale and technological advantages have taken us way farther than we had ever expected. The projection back in 1991 was that that dues increase was going to last us 5 years. Kudos to all of our State Bar team. We also have in place our internal process audits. This past year, we looked at communications and finance. We passed those internal process audits with flying colors. Our annual financial report received an unmodified audit opinion, which is the best that you can get. We successfully relocated our Dallas Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office, thanks to Shauna Willing and her team, and Ray Cantu and his efforts, and our committee that we were able to do that. Great work on everyone's part. We celebrated our 31st annual Texas Minority Council program. More than 530 attorneys attended the program. We received over $380,000 in sponsorship money, and it involved 38 corporations and government agencies who participated in that program. And I see Shannon Quadros smiling from ear to ear over there, and he should be. Good job, Shannon, and everybody else who was involved in that. Congratulations. Our Texas Lawyers Assistance Program celebrated its 35th anniversary. We hosted celebrations around the state, including one in Austin, and we created a video commemorating the founders and those involved in TLAP over the last 35 years. And I'm always proud to recognize, yes, I was on the board in 1994, and our chair of the board was Mike Crowley, and the Sharon Crowley Trust helps save lawyers' lives. And I'm very proud of the fact that I had Mike Crowley as a mentor and as a leader, and he is very much responsible for the success of TLAP and its program, as are several of our State Bar staff members, including Chris Ritter, who has served as a former director of our TLAP. On the ad review front, we streamlined the submission of the ad review application, making it more relevant to the revised rules. On the lawyer referral information system, we have a new website. On the section and committee reports, this is just a small sampling of the bar's activities, but for more information on the accomplishments of the State Bar, I encourage you to read the section and committee reports that were included in your meeting materials. These reports will be published in the July-August issue of the Bar Journal. So I want to thank you to the volunteers who make up our sections and committees for the countless hours and work represented in these reports and for your dedication to the legal profession. Now to update you on disaster response efforts. Since April, we've seen some severe weather throughout Texas, including storms, tornadoes, fires in North Texas, and flooding in East Texas and Central Texas that led to a FEMA disaster declaration on May 17th. And as we speak, Alberto is coming on shore down in Mexico, which is dumping quite a bit of rain in South Texas. As a reminder, when disaster strikes, the State Bar of Texas serves as a clearinghouse for disaster response legal resources for the public and attorneys. Yes, we wait for the fires to stop burning. We wait for the floods to recede before we go out and start making contact. The State Bar of Texas toll-free legal hotline connects low-income people affected by disaster with legal aid providers in their area who can help with such issues as replacing lost documents and consumer questions, landlord-tenant problems, consumer protection matters such as price gouging, and avoiding contractor scams in the rebuilding process. The hotline is accessible in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Callers can leave a message at any time. People who qualify for assistance are matched with Texas lawyers who can provide free, limited legal help. During times of declared disasters, the State Bar participates in weekly meetings with legal aid agencies, FEMA, and other stakeholders. And even in quieter times, we maintain regular contact with our partners to ensure we're doing our part in communicating the legal resources available to disaster victims. In addition, the State Bar and TYLA have created and maintained various legal resources to help people recover from disasters. These resources can be found on the State Bar and TYLA websites. Next is the 2024 annual meeting. Welcome. We're excited to be in Dallas. We're excited to do work leading up to the annual meeting, and we're excited to celebrate our leadership and our legal profession. For any of our members watching who haven't registered, you still have time to get to Dallas and register on site for activities on Thursday and Friday. You can go to texasbar.com/annual meeting for details. And I want to also, so as I highlight the accomplishments and achievements of the State Bar this year, and as I highlight our State Bar annual meeting, I want to highlight the efforts of our State Bar staff, because none of that happens without our State Bar staff. I have the privilege of working with some of the finest individuals you could ever imagine. They're hardworking, they're dedicated, they care about you, they care about me, they care about the legal profession, they care about the rule of law, and they care about the people of Texas. And the State Bar of Texas and the legal profession and everybody associated with it is very lucky to have them, and I want to congratulate them. Thank you. Case in point, the 2024 Gene Cavan Award, I'm pleased to report that it's been, that Hetty Bauer, our Director of Texas Bar CLE, Hetty, would you stand up, please? She's been named the recipient for the 2024 Gene Cavan Award for Excellence in CLE. Nominations for this award are solicited from State Bar Board, CLE committee members, and past award recipients. The award was established by the CLE committee in 1989 and recognizes long-term participation in State Bar CLE activities. In particular, State Bar directors praised Bauer for her efforts in guiding and strengthening Texas Bar CLE's position and services during the pandemic, which forced a radical shift in the types and format of CLE programs that could be offered at the time. Congratulations to Hetty in this well-deserved honor. We appreciate it. Good job. And finally, it's my privilege to recognize our Staff Excellence Award recipient. And Bree Trevino, as I talk about you, if you'll make your way back around this way. So I want to tell you, Bree has been at the State Bar for 20 years. She started in October of 2003 as an administrative assistant in TYLA and was then promoted to TYLA project coordinator. Come on around up here, Bree. As project coordinator, her primary responsibility involves working with law students in all different capacities. She coordinates the National Trial Competition, which is the largest and most recognized mock trial competition in the country. This involves inviting and maintaining a database of over 200 ABA accredited law schools, 200 law schools that participate or have participated in the past, being on call over 3 weekends while 15 regional competitions take place across the country in case any needs arise, coordinating all hotel facilities and social events that take place over the 5 days of the competition, supporting the TYLA competition committee and local judges in the sponsoring city to recruit attorneys to judge and secure courtrooms, and serving as the main point person to over 500 students, coaches, and attorneys attending the final rounds each year. It's a monumental task. Bree is also responsible for coordinating the state moot court competition, which takes place in conjunction with the State Bar annual meeting. In fact, it's going on as we meet here today. She handles all the coordination for this competition and many of the same responsibilities as the National Trial Competition. Bree also serves as the State Bar Law Student Division Coordinator. This includes working closely with the division's board which is made up of a junior and senior law student representative from each of the 10 law schools, and inviting speakers to the law school orientations and any programs the law schools are organizing. Kind, caring, dependable, loyal, thoughtful, and nice are adjectives that TYLA leadership, law school professors, coaches, and executive directors described Bree for. Her guidance and leadership are a great value to the State Bar of Texas. Bree, thank you for your commitment to excellence. Congratulations. And Madam Chair, that completes my report.
Are there any comments or questions regarding that report? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 8A. President Tisdale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to stick to my script so I don't go too long, but bear with me, please. As president, I have the honor of being able to recognize certain people and present them with citations for what I consider going above and beyond, and I get to recognize them for their exceptional work. So the kudos are going to continue for just a moment longer. The first two recipients are members of our board. The first, there's no way to describe this director, and when you find out who it is, you're going to know exactly why I said that. She has worked tirelessly for this board in all that she does, and from her knowledge and her talents in giving to this board, Kenan Wooten has put her skills, her time, her energy, and her whole self into this board this past year. You know, where do I start, Kenan? She's a member of multiple boards and committees on this board, and not on this board, right? Her talents go elsewhere, and she does everything. In addition, she's organized the community engagement projects that we did this year that provided books and stuffed animals for courthouses for children, and for those, a program in reintegrating those with mental health issues back into society. So I just want to take a moment to recognize and honor Kenan Wooten for her extensive contributions to this board and to our bar this year. Kenan. And next, I'll move right along. See, I could spend a whole hour just talking about Kenan, but I will move along. The next recipient is a member of this board who I've had the absolute honor and pleasure of not only being able to work with this year, but I like to say become friends with this year. And she's an absolute rock star, Laura Pratt. You are a rock star, my dear. Her commitment, and let's get real, her enthusiasm for serving others, serving TYLA so well, and serving this profession is awe-inspiring to me. She has served with great distinction, helping to create the multiple projects When I say multiple, you know what I mean, right, board? The multiple projects, including the adulting website, which educates students and the public about their rights and responsibilities under the law upon reaching adulthood. In addition, she's a key member of many committees of this board, including the executive and budget committees, nominations and elections, and the ad hoc committee to select at-large members. That's just of this board. That's not talking about the TYLA board and all of her commitments there. So I want to take this opportunity to thank Laura for her tireless dedication to this board, and you rock on. You are a rock star, Laura Pratt. See, this is the most fun I've had all year, right? Giving all of these out. So I do have a few more, but the remaining recipients are actually members of our dedicated State Bar staff. There are no words. I could not have done this without them. Steve will not be able to do it next year without them. I mean, every president, you hear them say that. It is not just words. They are the ones, they make me look good. And they stand behind me, they do everything. The first I want to recognize is our fearless leader, Trey Apfel. His dedication to this bar, don't look at me. I'm keeping it together. His exceptional work as our executive director. Throughout my year as president, his constant supply of encouragement, support, leadership, and counsel has been invaluable. He is truly committed to the betterment of this board and of the bar as a whole. And we're all better off because he is our executive director, and I truly believe that. We're so fortunate to have him as our executive director. And when I say this, I say it with all my heart and soul. We lucked out because we have a team in Trey and Karen, and we could not have a better team leading this bar and the two of them. So I want to recognize Trey Apfel with a citation for all of his work that he does and the betterment of the bar. My friend Trey. Ooh, I'm smiling a lot. My other staff citations are related to the bar's excellent work to ensure its operations, including its communications, complied with the Boudreaux decision. You know, when that decision came down, I tell you what, our State Bar staff pivoted in such a way that I don't know anybody else could have done and got us on track. The process is a collaboration among many staff members, but primarily the Legal and Communications Department. And with these citations, I am recognizing the following staff members for being instrumental in making this new process a success. I heard this morning that they've reviewed more than 3,000 communications since November when this came out. That is incredible. And that's that's in addition to their day job, right? So I want to recognize Chief Legal Counsel Chris Ritter, in-house legal counsel Amanda Engel, and Ian Stuzloff, Communications Director Lowell Brown, Public Affairs Director Rebecca Johnson, and Public Affairs Assistant Claire McDonald. I know that Ian, Rebecca, and Claire could not be with us today, but if the rest of you could come up, please. Thank you so much for all that you do for the bar. One thing that was so fun is we actually kept that a secret from most of them except one. So that was fun. Okay, now I'm going to move on to my general report and tell you a few things, just a few, of what I've been up to since the last time we were together. On April the 20th, I attended the Houston Lawyers Association Scholarship and Awards Gala in Houston. I presented with Deanna Gomez to the Houston Bar Association on a webinar. I presented at the Marriage Dissolution Institute in San Antonio. I attended the Texas Access to Justice Committee meeting and gala in Austin. I attended and spoke at the Texas Women Lawyers Annual Meeting in Houston. I recorded a State Bar of Texas podcast with Trey Apfel. I spoke to the Dallas Bar Association Mental Health Awareness in their CLE, Mental Health Awareness CLE, excuse me. I spoke to the Jefferson County Bar Association in Beaumont. I spoke at the Montgomery County Law Day in the Woodlands. I attended the TYLA Board of Directors meeting in Arlington. I spoke at the new lawyer induction ceremony in Austin. I attended the Supreme Court Budget and Disciplinary Rules hearings in Austin. I attended the Fifth Circuit Judicial Conference in Austin. I spoke to the Mexican American Bar Association in San Antonio. I attended the Houston Bar Association annual dinner in Houston. I spoke at the 17th annual John Huffaker Agricultural Law course in Lubbock, and I spoke at the Fort Worth Paralegal Association, and I spoke to the Odessa Area Bar Association. So that's a few of what I did since the last time we spoke, but I tell you what, it's been an absolute privilege and honor to be able to go around Texas and speak on behalf of the bar and what good the bar is doing for attorneys, and I've really enjoyed it. It's been one of the best things that I've done. So some of my, as Trey told you earlier, some of the accomplishments we've done for the bar, I want to highlight some of the accomplishments that we have done this year. And when I say we, it's not been me, it's been we. As president, as you know, I've moved forward in 4 different areas: AI, lawyer well-being, the vacation letter portal, and civility. Ted Lasso, you know I've got to talk about Ted a little bit, right? I'm proud to report that I think we've made great strides in all of these. So I want to talk a little bit about the Task Force for Responsible AI in the Law. They've issued a report to this board, it's in your board effect, on the issues surrounding AI and its use in the practice of law. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that here in just a minute. The Building Planning Special Committee and the State Bar staff are continuing to work, of course, to develop the 1415 Lavaca building. Mr. Apfel told you about that just a little bit ago, but they have been fine-tuning the design of that building and working on interior design elements. More information will be reported at the September board meeting, and in a few minutes, President-elect, soon-to-be President, Steve Benish, will have an action item for the board to consider regarding the continuation of the committee and its approval for the roster for next year. On the well-being front, this one was near and dear to my heart. The State Bar launched a new member benefit with BetterHelp.com. We went live in May 1st with that. What they did is, it is not costing the bar anything. They're providing every lawyer, 114,000 lawyers licensed to the State Bar of Texas, every paralegal that's a member of the paralegal division, and every law student that's a member of the law student division, 1 month free counseling and 15% off counseling thereafter. I am so proud of that fact, and I'm also proud of the fact to learn that just in the last, 5-6 weeks that it's launched, we've had 152 people sign up for counseling, more than 307 live sessions, and those attorneys and members have given it a 91% overall satisfaction rating. So I wish I could take the credit, I can't. It has been the State Bar staff, Lowell Brown, Susan Brennan, that got this together, and I'm so proud of that fact, because if we help one lawyer, then we help the entire profession. So I'm very proud of that. And I'll move along. At the same time, of course, important to me is lawyers' everyday lives and what we do. And I've told you every single time I've been up here that vacation letters have been the bane of my existence. I'm proud to announce, of course, that after extensive work on this issue, through the bar's Law Practice Management Committee. The Office of Court Administration is working on adding that to their system for having a vacation letter portal, and they're in the process of doing that. So hopefully we'll have announcements soon for that. It's been an honor and pleasure to work as your president. Can't believe I'm saying that. I can't believe a year is gone. But I do want to talk to you a little bit about the AI. I told you when I first started last year in Austin, 1 year ago, that I knew how to spell AI, and that's where it ended. I know a little bit more, maybe this much more now. But I want to talk to you a little bit about it because at my request last year, this board formed the task force responsible for AI in the law, or TRAIL as we call it, I'm going to call it TRAIL, to address the growing impact of AI in the legal profession. TRAIL worked to identify ways that the emergence of new AI technology might affect the practice of law, how lawyers, judges, and the state bar should respond to AI. The work of TRAIL focuses on crafting guidelines, navigating the challenges of AI, and embracing the potential of AI in our profession. You have the year-end report from TRAIL in your board effect, as I told you earlier. I encourage you to read it. It is fascinating of what they've put in their report. They also have did something called the AI Summit back in April, and they invited people from all over. It was lawyers, judges, people in the civil world, cybersecurity world. Justice Lehrman was there and attended the AI Summit. And they've identified several issues in that summit that we need to look at, and they looked at different opportunities that we could do that presented by AI. At TRAIL's request, the State Bar of Texas, the Department of Research and Analysis, we conducted a survey on their behalf to gather information regarding Texas attorneys' attitudes toward AI and how they're using AI in the workplace. That is also in your materials. Fascinating, and I'm not kidding. I was amazed to look at some of those numbers, but let me give you just a summary of that and those important findings. Although a minority of Texas attorneys currently use AI in their practice, most attorneys believe AI will have a major impact on the practice of law. The primary reasons attorneys gave for not using AI in their practices were cybersecurity concerns, ethical concerns, and just not know how to use it. Only 5% of survey respondents stated that they have no concerns about the use of AI in the practice of law, and concerns about privacy and ethical use of AI were identified by more than 60% of the respondents. More than 70% of the respondents said they favored requiring CLE training in the ethical use of AI, more than 70%. So, in response to recommendations that arose out of the TRAIL discussions and the summit, the TRAIL chair, John Browning, submitted a request for an ethics opinion to the Professional Ethics Committee. That request sought guidance on applying Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct to the use of AI, including a lawyer's duty to provide competent representation, which includes tech competence, the duty of confidentiality, the duty to safeguard client communications and property, the duty of supervision, both to other lawyers and to non-lawyers and virtual assistants, the duty of candor to the tribunal, and the duty to charge a reasonable fee. We've received confirmation that the Professional Ethics Committee will be considering these questions and issuing an ethics opinion, which I look forward to. In response to a consensus by members of TRAIL and attendees at the AI Summit that a technology requirement should be added to the MCLE rules, Chair John Browning recommended to the State Bar MCLE Committee that it consider mandating a 1 hour per year of technology-related CLE. The year-end report contains a list of 20 recommendations for actions that could be taken by a future task force, by the State Bar, by the judiciary, and that would help the Texas legal community transition into the AI age. It's not coming, folks, it's here. The terms of operational recommendations, the task force recommends the State Bar Board of Directors should form a task force for the 24-25 fiscal year to continue studying AI's effect on the practice of law in Texas and to implement the TRAIL recommendations that I've just outlined. That the 24-25 committee review task force should form a new standing committee in the State Bar on emerging technology. You know, AI could be the most disruptive new technology during our time. it could also be the most useful during our time, right? And our response to this challenge may be the difference in riding the wave or being drowned by it. I believe the State Bar is taking its role on this issue very seriously, and Trail has laid a foundation for addressing the impact of AI on the legal profession in Texas. The recommendations put forth in Trail's report will help the State Bar of Texas navigate the challenges and embrace the potential of AI while upholding the integrity of the legal system. So at this time, I move that the board approve referral of the Task Force for Responsible AI in the Law report to the Administration Committee for review and potential recommendations to the board.
Any director wishing to second that motion, please state your name. Director Clark seconds the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say nay. It passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a point of personal privilege, I just want to thank you all for this year, for your support, your friendship, your encouragement, and I'm not going far, I promise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Tisdale. Now we're moving on to agenda item 9A. We have a general report from President-elect Steve Benish.
Well, to follow up the impassioned remarks by Chair Wooten and President Tisdale with a Budget Committee report is a buzzkill. Just saying. I want to make a couple of observations and then make a couple of motions before we talk about the budget. First of all, like President Tisdale, I also traveled since the last quarterly meeting and attended a number of bar-related and law-related events. Unlike President Tisdale, I've never heard of any president who has done so much in one quarter as far as flying the flag for the State Bar and attending events throughout the state so that attorneys, regardless of where they live in practice, don't feel as if they're on the outside looking in. And she has done a great job, and I commend her for that. One of the things that I was heartened by as I attended the far fewer events since the last quarterly meeting is how many of you I saw there. As I talked a little bit about this morning in the new director's orientation, really the 4 quarterly meetings that we have as a board are pit stops along the road in our service to both the bar and the board. Some of the most important things we do as directors occur in those gaps of time between our quarterly meetings, serving on the standing committees of the bar, serving in a liaison role to the state bar sections and state bar committees. And it was heartening to see so many of you there. Remember, regardless of who the spokespeople or designated executives are of the board and bar, the face of the bar, where you and I live and work, is you and me. Oftentimes, many of the lawyers we know, the only member of the State Bar Board they know is you. And so you are the board of directors of the State Bar, and the way that we make that, we give feet to that, is by attending local events, local bar, affinity bars, law-related events, and I was so pleased to see so many of you there. And just a couple of examples. President Tisdale mentioned the Houston Bar Annual Dinner. So many of the directors there, the Austin Bench Bar Conference, all of the local directors at that event, the San Antonio Law Day Luncheon, directors there, and most recently, the Dallas Bar's Bar None that I attended last Saturday. And in the midst of the attendees, there is Director Castle, making her way through, I don't think she missed anybody, making her way through all the attendees. So both to Director Castle and to all the rest of you who I've seen over the last quarter at various events, thank you for a job well done. It's much appreciated. All right, moving on to a couple of motions I'd like to make before we talk a little bit about the budget. President Tisdale, you just heard a report on the work of the Task Force for Responsible AI in the Law, the TRAIL Task Force. The work of that group over the past year has made 2 things clear. Number one, AI is going to have a profound effect on the practice of law, and the legal system in Texas. And number two, the work of addressing the impact of AI on the practice of law is not finished. One of the task force's operational recommendations is to ask that the committee review task force consider forming a standing committee on emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. However, that process won't be complete until this time next year. In the interim, we would lose so much momentum in addressing the issue of artificial intelligence, and we're likely also to miss important opportunities that would benefit Texas lawyers. Therefore, I would like to see us continue the work of the Task Force for Responsible AI in the Law for another year so that they can continue to study and respond to new developments in the field of AI over the next year. So for that reason, I make a motion at this time that the board approve the continuation of the Task Force for Responsible AI in the Law, including the proposed roster that was included in all of our board materials for the 2024-25 fiscal year.
We do need a second for that motion. Is there a second? Director Courageous. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. It passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other action item that I would like to advance regards the 1415 Lavaca Building project. Relates to that committee, the Building Planning Special Committee, which was created by the board in September 2021 to oversee the development of the 1415 Lavaca building next to the Texas Law Center. The term for that special committee has expired, and the board needs to consider the continuation of the committee to approve its roster and to grant them authority to make decisions about the building. The proposed committee is made up of mostly current board members and officers, and we also recommend that past State Bar President Sylvia Barunda Firth continue serving as chair for the 2024-25 bar year. In the meeting materials under the President-elect tab is a proposed roster of the members, and so with that, I at this time would like to make a motion to approve the continuation of the Building Planning Special Committee, including approval of its roster of members, and grant authority to that committee to work with the State Bar staff regarding decisions on remodeling, repairs, and uses of the 1415 Lavaca building.
That motion also needs a second. Is there a second? Director Clark, with enthusiasm. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say nay. It passes.
Director Clark is making the most of her last meeting as a third-year outgoing director, and it's appreciated. You leave with the same enthusiasm you arrived with, and it's very much appreciated. All right, I know you've been waiting for it. Let's talk a little bit about the Budget Committee, most significantly, my last report as the chair of the Budget Committee. Vaya con Dios, Santos, wherever you are, as our next chair. On May 6th, the State Bar presented the fiscal year 2024-25 proposed budget and the proposal to raise dues by 10% to the Supreme Court. Executive Director Apfel talked a little bit about that. And that actually marked the final process that began in August last year. All 9 justices were there in attendance on May 6th, and we answered questions both with regard to the State Bar's budget for the current fiscal year and questions regarding the State Bar's future financial projections. We received the order from the court in response to that presentation on May 29th that officially adopted the budget for fiscal year 2024-25 and adopted the 10% increase to dues. It becomes effective on June 1, 2025, so a little less than a year from now. I want to thank the members of the Budget Committee and our Executive Director, the staff of the State Bar, for their cumulative efforts in developing the budget for fiscal year 2024-25, and for doing the necessary work in pursuing what is the first dues increase in 33 years. And Executive Director Apfel is correct. That'll be 34 years by the time it becomes effective. The State Bar has changed a lot, has come a long way since 1991 when we last raised dues. The bar now serves twice as many lawyers as it did when it last raised dues, and it serves a much larger population here in Texas than when it last raised dues. Texas has led the nation in population growth for the last 10 years, according to census data, and the larger the attorney population and the population of Texas, the more State Bar staff and funding are needed to provide services and resolve complaints among its many other services that it provides. The State Bar of Texas, keep this in mind, is the third largest bar in the United States in terms of active attorneys that it serves. Prior to the dues increase, it ranked 33rd among all 50 states with regard to the amount of dues that it charges its members for the dues that it charges its members. Get that straight. 33rd as far as what it charges, and it's the third biggest bar in the United States, and I think that's remarkable. Starting in with the dues increase in June 2025, the bar will move from 33rd all the way up to 28th as far as the highest dues, which is still well below other giant bars like Florida and Michigan and Missouri and California. Another interesting fact is that the last time that inflation reached higher than 5% annual growth was in 1990. And that's remarkable because the very next year was the last dues increase in 1991. Well, as you know, inflation reached 8% growth last year in 2022. If the rates, in fact, if we had continued to raise dues to track and parallel inflation, the maximum dues rate today would be about $540 a year as opposed to $258 a year, which we will have in connection with the 10% dues increase. Under the order approved by the Supreme Court, and we thank them sincerely for it, the annual dues rate will be adjusted as follows, effective June 1, 2025. For members licensed less than 3 years, the dues rate will be $74, a $6 increase. For those licensed from 3 to 5 years, the dues rate increase will be $162, a $14 increase. For those licensed more than 4 years, as I mentioned, the dues rate will be $258, not $540. And the $258 is a $23 increase. And for inactive members, they will pay $55, which is a $5 increase. Members over the age of 70 who file for emeritus status continue to be exempt from paying dues. There is no change. It was $0 before, it's $0 now. Again, I would like to thank the Budget Committee and the Board for supporting the dues increase, which is a necessary step forward in addressing the State Bar's long-term financial needs. This, as I mentioned, will be my last report to the Board as Chair of the Budget Committee, since President-elect Vargas will take on that task of drafting a budget for the year he will be President. For the Board's April directive, the Budget Committee for fiscal year 24-25 will review updated trends and projections with the 10% dues increase and determine the necessity, timing, and amount of any possible future dues increase that may be needed. I encourage the Budget Committee to continue the task of clearly communicating the bar's financial position and its financial trends and projections. I think it's also important that we have an accurate budget and continue to review and update the financial plan presented in April so that we will keep our self-funded and self-regulated State Bar on strong financial footing in the long term and in the days to come. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd ask for any comments or questions pertaining to the general report that you just heard regarding just things in the bar and also the Budget Committee general report. Any comments or questions? All right, seeing no hands, we'll move on to item 10, final report from our immediate past president, Laura Gibson.
Thank you, Kenan. Congratulations to Cindy and to this board for all the fine work that has been accomplished this year. You know, in this meeting, we don't do any work. We talk about the work we've done in the interim between committee meetings and board meetings. And, you know, in 1 year, with all of those appearances and all of those items of presidential initiatives, let's give Cindy and her team another round of applause. This will be my last meeting before this board. It's been my honor and privilege to serve as the 142nd president of the State Bar of Texas and serving the lawyers of the state of Texas. I've enjoyed all 3 years of my tenure. This year, I've continued to work on succession planning as the number of lawyers in the state of Texas who are 60 and older increases every year. It's imperative that our solo lawyers in Texas take the time to designate a custodian attorney who can return that lawyer's files to their clients or to another lawyer of their choosing should something happen to them where they cannot practice law any longer. On May 2nd, I worked with Dean Schaefer of the State Bar, Greg Sampson, the chair of the Law Practice Management Committee, and Harris County probate judge from Houston, Jerry Semino, to present a webinar to the Texas Center for Judiciary on succession planning with the idea that judges see solo practitioners in their courts and can stress to them the importance of designating a custodian attorney. I kid you not, in less time than it takes you to get your boarding pass on Southwest Airlines, you can go on the State Bar's website and designate a custodian attorney. Please continue to encourage the solo practitioners in your district to act responsibly and designate a custodian attorney so that their families don't have to be burdened with shutting down their lawyer's practice after they die or become disabled. I can't tell you the number of people who have learned about our succession planning initiative in the state of Texas who are outside of the state of Texas who contact me and say, I have a friend whose relative was a solo practitioner in Texas. How do I find out if they designate a custodian attorney? And every time I'm hopeful that this person would have already done that, but every time I'm disappointed because it hasn't happened. And it could alleviate so much pain and suffering of the relatives of the lawyers if the lawyers in our community would just take the time to designate a custodian attorney. So I'm asking you, especially our new directors, to talk to people in your district about the importance of designating a custodian if you're a solo practitioner. We have a webinar, we have a PowerPoint. One of the judges who attended our webinar on May 2nd said, I'd like to do this in my district, and she complimented afterwards and said, this is ready to go. So, you know, I'd like to challenge the directors who continue to serve on this board to make that a priority in your district because you will save your local bars and you will save the families of the lawyers in your community a lot of heartache if they designate a custodian attorney. I've also spent time with my friend, colleague, and past board chair Chad Baruch, serving as co-chair of the Nominations and Elections Committee. And I'd like to thank the Nominations and Election Committee members for their hard work. I hope for the last year ever, this committee will not have to start its work on the Friday of the State Bar annual meeting, because historically we've had to identify candidates, contact them over the summer, interview them in August, and present them to this board in September to be candidates to serve as president-elect. We have seen over the last 3 years how grueling a campaign that presents. It's too much work, too much time, too much money for lawyers to go through to serve as a president-elect of the State Bar of Texas. So I'm pleased that the Texas Supreme Court approved our proposed changes to the bar rules regarding the timing of the nominations process for president-elect so that they will be presented at the January board meeting going forward. So not a lot of meetings for me, one presentation and some other work, but I just wanted to take a point of privilege to tell you that each of our new directors has a jar of spices at your table. And this year, thanks to Liz Cantu's talented daughter, It has a label on it that says Gibson's Garden Special Blend. And you're probably wondering what that was. You know, and, people used to think, what is this? Are these drugs? What is somebody putting on my chair? But this is an introduction to my family's highly coveted and extremely secret recipe, which we refer to as Special Blend. And I don't think that it is a coincidence that SB not only stands for Special Blend, it stands for the State Bar. If you look at the third-year directors in the front of the room, I can tell you that when they walked into this room 3 years ago, they didn't know the other directors in their class. They didn't consider themselves to be bar insiders. They had not been anointed to become a director, and instead, they took the initiative and collected 100 signatures to petition to be able to have the right to stand on the ballot and be eligible to run for a director position for their district. They rightfully earned, just as you, new directors who will be sworn in tomorrow, have earned the right to serve the state bar. And it's a service that requires that you miss not only time from your job, which can adversely affect your ability to earn income for your family, but also requires you to forego time with your loved ones. I expect that the third-year directors will tell you that through by opportunity or by accident, they got involved in serving our profession. Some of them started with the Young Lawyer Division and accomplishes great work. Others worked on a statewide basis, or some like me worked in my hometown of Houston on local bar organizations. I expect that regardless of the path that they took to get to this position, they came with a desire to serve and they earned that right to serve. Through the shared respect for our profession, a commitment to helping our fellow lawyers, a desire to improve the quality of our legal services to make sure that the citizens of Texas get the best legal advice they can, and their work on common goals and objectives, they formed close friendships and developed a mighty sense of respect, not only for the members of their class, but also for the directors who served before them and those who will serve after them. By virtue of this relationship, this board itself is the embodiment of Special Blend. As a result, I thought it would be fitting to share this recipe with you in recognition of the role that you each play in making this board of directors a truly special blend. I look forward to seeing and watching with awe the accomplishments that our new President Steve Benish will accomplish next year and the great work that this board will continue to do. We all have different perspectives, backgrounds, practice areas, and circumstances. The sense of individuality comes together through this board as a formidable and a truly special blend. So I hope that you use your special blend spices to make your food more flavorful, your celebrations more memorable, and your life more rewarding. Thank you.
Any comments or questions from directors on that report? All right, our next update is coming from immediate past chair Chad Baruch with the nominations and elections report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may get emotional up here because today is my last budget report I ever have to listen to, and frankly, I'm a bit verklempt. I can't decide if I'm happier about that or not having to listen to any more audit and finance reports, but either way, winning. We are pleased to report that the 2024 State Bar election was successfully completed. Now brace yourselves, I want to tell you something. As of this moment in time, no one is running for State Bar President. Yeah, if you know, you know. Just to echo what Laura said, we're really pleased that we were able to accomplish that, at least shorten the campaign season. That's just a positive in every possible way. Thank you very much to Justice Lehrman and the members of the Supreme Court of Texas for making that happen for us. As you know, Santos Vargas will be our next president-elect and is with us today. Congratulations, Santos. Now, I will also tell you, I don't know, but I've heard rumors that losing that election can be a soul-crushing life-destroying, make you want to crawl in a hole and never come out. Never mind. We are also incredibly, my point is we're incredibly grateful to the other candidate, Denise Schofield. She represented our bar just phenomenally, worked tirelessly, and so if you get a chance to thank Denise, please do that. We're really, really appreciative of her effort and proud of both of our candidates. There were 21,572 attorneys who voted in the election, a return rate of 19%. The return rate on paper ballots was 13%, while on electronic ballots there was an 87% return. These numbers obviously mean something, and what they mean is that more and more of our members are voting online. We have considered over the course of the past several years moving to an exclusively online election. We may be reaching the point where that makes sense, and doing away with the paper ballots is the proper thing to do. Nominations and elections, we'll look at that next year again and make recommendations to the board. Just bear in mind, obviously, our goal always is to ensure the maximum participation that we can, and that's the reason we've held on to the paper ballots. We're very reluctant to do anything that we think might diminish the number of lawyers voting in these elections. There were 10 new district directors elected. You have their names and districts in your nominations and elections tab in your materials. I was going to make a joke about trading up in the Lubbock district, but I see that Director McDonald has the microphone after me, so I think I'll just not do that. Knowing him as I do, it may not work out well for me in the end. Finally, as I mentioned, the Supreme Court approved our proposed changes, and so again, our gratitude to them, and just thanks to all the members of the committee. That's it for me. I'm a 5 o'clocker. I'm out. Thanks.
Any comments or questions regarding that report? We will take a 15-minute plus 2-minute break and come back at 2:45. If everyone can come back to their chairs, we'll go ahead and get started. We are moving right along, and on item 12 on the agenda, an Audit and Finance Committee update from Director Forrest Huddleston, who is not here. Where is he? There he is, the man of the hour.
He's making his way down. I am so sorry for being late to my own presentation. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Well, first of all, I'd like to just say that I'm shocked that Chad doesn't like the Audit and Finance Committee presentation. My goodness. Hi, for those of you guys that I haven't met yet, I'm Forrest Huddleston. I'm the chair of the Audit and Finance Committee. Just to give you guys a really quick view of what the Audit and Finance Committee is, we look at the financial statements of the State Bar, primarily the general fund, which many funds make up the consolidated financial statements of the State Bar. So the general fund being the largest version, or the largest fund within the general consolidated financial statements, that's where we spend most of our time. And so financial statements just kind of meaning, hey, what is the income statement? What does the balance sheet of the State Bar look like? And one thing that I want to just ground this group on, for those of you who are new, is the State Bar has an off year-end fiscal year. And so most companies would have December 31st year end, so you would look at the calendar year when you're looking at the operations for that year. The State Bar's year end is actually May 30th, or 31st, how many months are in there? Or how many days are in May? It's a May year end, and so whenever we're talking about the finances, we're talking about however much time since the last May has elapsed, which in this case, we're gonna be talking about April year end. So 11 months ended of activity. So that's what we're gonna be comparing, or what I'll be presenting on today. And we take mostly a look at the income statement. The balance sheet is also in your guys' materials. And so if you guys have any questions, happy to entertain that at the end. But the main focus is on the income statement, so revenues and expenditures. So flip over here. So what you guys see here, like I said, the 11 months ending, it's going to be as of the end of April. And so this is the 11 months of activity ending in 2024 compared to the 11 months of activity ending in 2023. At our next board meeting, we'll show the full year financial statements, but for now we're talking 11 months. And just kind of a general statement, when we're talking about this, it's expected that the trends that are shown here will continue through that last month of the fiscal year, so that it's safe to assume, hey, the trends are applicable for the whole year compared to the 11 months here. But those have not been finalized yet. Like I said, we will talk in the next meeting about those. But what you see here is that revenues for 2024 so far outpace revenues for 2023, which is a good thing. It's by almost 1.9 million. The problem there is that whenever we look at expenditures and transfers compared to last year, we're actually seeing about $2 million higher than we incurred last year. So I'll take you guys through a couple of trends here and what the main drivers of that are. The investment revenue for this year was significantly higher than it has been in the past, and so that's going to be one of the main drivers, which is an interesting story because that's largely driven by interest rates. And so we're actually at a 10-year high for investment income. That is largely subject to change based on just interest rates and how they might change. And so, like I said, we're at a 10-year high, so we as a group should probably expect that those returns on investments will go down in the future, given the high that we're in right now. So that's one of the main drivers with higher revenues this year compared to last year. The other one is due to increased Texas Bar CLE. Many more people are taking online courses than we've seen in the past, and so that's going to be a big driver in the revenue growth this year compared to last year. There are a couple of things for expenses that are higher this year. We'll talk trends here in a second on the next slide, but for now I'll leave it at we've seen higher expenses related to legal services, credit card fees, IT consulting services, and maintenance and security costs. For the most part, we're experiencing inflation. I think it's pretty easy to understand that expenses are higher than they have been in the past due to inflation. Everybody's well aware of that. So Let's see, in summary, these results are better than expected, which is the good news. So we have increasing expenses here, but this $45 million in revenue and $40 million in expenses, leaving us at a net positive of almost $5 million, that's better than we budgeted for. And so that's a good thing. We budgeted for significantly lower than that, and so we're outpacing what we originally were planning on for the State Bar for this year. So that's a good thing. I'm going to flip to the next slide, which is kind of a trend line that shows revenues and expenses over the last 3 years. So again, April 24 compared to 23 and 22. The reason this is important is because we see that trend line of revenues increasing, which is good, but we see the trend line for expenses increasing at a faster rate than we see those revenues increasing. And so just to kind of tie this back to what Steve was talking about and what Trey has talked about, in order to kind of help that in the future and in order to help budget for future expected continued growth in expenses, the 10% dues increase will help with this significantly. And so we'll keep you guys updated on that. But for now, there's been extensive conversations. Audit and Finance has partnered with the Budget Committee, has partnered with the Executive Committee to talk through how we actually roll this out well. And so that's going to be a big driver in helping us figure out how do we plan for expenses that are growing at a faster rate than revenues are. Let's see, what else do I have down here? I think that's really it. That's really what I wanted to touch on. Once the fiscal year is completed, like I said, the finance team and the Audit and Finance Committee will look through the full year financials. We'll give you an update at our next board meeting. But that's really kind of the trends that I wanted to talk through here and keep things decently high level. It breaks it down a little bit further in your materials, like I said, by income statement and balance sheet. So feel free to let me know if you guys have any questions on that. The next thing that I'm going to say is the audit of the State Bar's financial statements is coming up. They're working on that right now. And let me reground this group on what that means. We have an internal audit and we have an external audit. The external audit being, hey, we have these financial statements for this year and the balance sheet for this year. We need to make sure that we're reporting numbers correctly. And so we have an external auditor that comes in and looks at all the information that we're reporting in our financial statements and validates those numbers. The internal audit is going to be more around processes and procedures. So it's going to be a little bit more around, hey, are we doing what we need to do? Do we have the right controls in place to ensure that we are reporting those numbers correctly? So that's a distinction there, particularly for the new board members. And as you can tell, I kind of geek out over this stuff. So if there's any CPAs in here, feel free to come talk to me afterward. But we're currently doing that. Given it's a May year end, we need to close the financial statements and then we will hand those over to the auditors for them to review. And I believe at the, what did I say here? Can't remember if it's the September board meeting. I believe it's the September board meeting that we will give an update on this, but provide the actual results of the external audit in January of next year. So something for you guys to look forward to. The next thing is the internal audits that are scheduled to occur. We agreed in the 5-year plan that we would have certain departments that would be audited for an internal audit, which means a group comes in, they look at the controls that we have in place, they look at the processes and procedures that we have in place, and they make sure that those are adequate to report the financial statements correctly. And so those groups that will be audited this year is going to be the Public Funds Investments Act compliance again, Information Technology, and Human Resources. Like Trey said earlier, we had exceptional reports from last year. We had clean opinions. We had the best opinions you could get on both the internal and external audit. So the team is so good, I'm expecting the same this year. That's really all I have for you guys, unless there's any questions. Thanks.
Great job. No questions, no comments? All right. I think we all heard in there some of the reasons why he got the award he got with all those explanations and grounding for us. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to hear from Director McDonald as Chair of the Administration Committee.
Good afternoon. And Mr. Baruch, I'll have no comment other than to say, see Steve Fisher in his comments when you were departing. So, the Administration Committee has been busy at the end of this bar year, We actually, well, as you recall, back in April, we presented selections to you, proposed rule changes from the Court Rules Committee regarding the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure 621, Rules of Appellate Procedure 18.1, 9.4H, 9.4J, and Texas Rules of Civil Procedure 194.4. The Administration Committee approved 5 of these rule changes, and the board voted in favor of recommending those 5 rule changes at its April meeting. The 6th proposal regarding the possible change to Rule 9.9C was withdrawn after it was not approved by the Administration Committee. The Court Rules Committee opted to withdraw it to further explore resolving any concerns of the Administration Committee regarding that proposal. And on May 28th, Chief Justice Terry Adams of the First Court of Appeals, who was heading up the Court Rules Committee, he visited with us regarding Rule 9.9C at our Administration Committee meeting, and we had a great discussion about that, any concerns that we had regarding that rule. We expect that there will be another Rule 9.9E version submitted to the Administration Committee in the near future. Well, let me make a modification here. And someone else will let you know if they recommend the rules changes at your next board meeting. It has been a pleasure to serve as chair of the Administration Committee this past year, and I especially want to thank the members of the committee who have worked so hard and been diligent in performing their duties. And in particular, I also want to give special thanks to the State Bar staff for all of their work and support. And I just want to emphasize again, we have the best staff in the nation. They work tirelessly, they're extremely effective and responsive. And as many of you know, I do need a great deal of adult supervision, and I was always able to have that adult supervision from our staff. So thank them again, and with that, I conclude my report.
Any comments or questions regarding that report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Item 13B, we have Director David Courageous here as Chair of the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, I'd like to say between Dwight Yoakam and Dwight McDonald is by far my favorite Dwight. That's right. And I'll throw in Eisenhower too. Why not? So the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee has been meeting since April to prepare the bar and this board for review and update of our strategic plan as required by Texas law. We are exploring trends and key questions for the basis of our retreat discussions that are coming up July 24th. That is July 24th. You can write it down, memorize it, and look very much forward to that day, unless you're Dwight or Kellyanne, who are not going to be on the board any longer, and that makes me sad. And that makes me extremely happy. The subcommittee will hold additional meetings with the goal of submitting to the board proposed updates to the strategic plan in January 2025, and performance measures will be presented in June 2025. We really do look forward to working with all of you over this process. It is a very important part of what we do and our duties to our membership. And similar to Dwight, because it is the day of Dwight, because I love him so dearly, thank you to the staff for helping us with everything that you do. For this committee especially, Lowell Brown, you're awesome, and really appreciate you. Y'all have a great afternoon.
Any questions or comments regarding that report? Okay, we'll move on to item 14 on the agenda, Subpart A, Discipline and Client Attorney Assistance Committee. We'll hear from Director Robert Tobey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to say thank you again. I'm really touched by that. It really, really the award was made possible by everybody in this room. This was a true team effort starting last summer. The DCAP committee, right after the annual meeting, we started meeting to discuss the rules, approve them out of committee to the State Bar Board to be voted on in September. We originally had 13 proposals from the Committee for Disciplinary Rules and Referenda, the CDRR. We approved 12, we sent one back, and the State Bar Board agreed with us, and those 12 proposals were sent out for the referendum in April. On April 30th, we got the results back, and they were overwhelming. And again, thanks to everybody for going out and speaking on these rules all over the state of Texas. Thanks for telling people to vote. Thanks to Santos and Denise for, proposing these rules passage when they were out making all of their events statewide and during the course of the President-elect campaign. And thanks to that, we had approval rates ranging from 75% on the low end to about 85% on the high end. So the lawyers of this state have spoken, and they spoke loudly and positively. So we're really thankful for all of that. Following the approval on April 30th, the Supreme Court was petitioned for approval of these rules. There was a public meeting on May the 6th. The court asked for some revisions to the comments from the CDRR. Those were provided on June the 4th, so we're about 2 weeks after that. The Supreme Court has until August the 30th to approve the rules and the comments. We've got a Supreme Court update. Maybe we'll have some good news here today, this afternoon. No pressure, just we're all hopeful for some good news on these rules. And again, that's what our committee has done this year. Thanks again for everything everybody in this room did to make this possible. And I do believe the lawyers in the state will be grateful once these rules are enacted. They will make the practice of law that much better in this state. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Any comments or questions regarding that report? Seeing none, we're going to move on to item 14B in the agenda. We have Director Kimberly Naylor here to address the Client Security Fund Subcommittee update. Thank you.
Hello. The Client Security Fund Subcommittee, we met on June 11th, 2024 via Zoom. During the meeting, the subcommittee reviewed 45 cases. We approved 21 and dispersed $120,596.97. For the bar year, the subcommittee has reviewed 184 applications. We've approved 105 for a total of $901,758.48. I'd like to thank my fellow subcommittee members for offering their time on this committee. We've spent a lot of work reviewing the applications, and specifically to Claire Reynolds and Jean Major, who Claire goes through all the applications. She always has great reports for us. She makes it very easy for us to be able to go through them. But thank you all. I've enjoyed my 3 years on this subcommittee and passing it on to the next person.
Thank you, Director Naylor. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 15A. We'll have a report from Director Liz Cantu regarding new Directors Orientation Subcommittee.
Hi, everyone. So to update you, we met very early this morning at 8 a.m. In the DeSoto room, and we had, I believe, 18 of our new directors, reps, and liaisons. I want to ask them to stand because I want y'all to take a look around. Go ahead, don't be shy. I want to ask... I want to ask our current directors, reps, and liaisons to please extend a heartfelt welcome. Take a minute to introduce yourself to these wonderful people, because we have all been there. We know how intimidating it can be, but mostly how important it is that they feel welcome, that they forge connections and friendships. So please take a minute today and tomorrow as you see them to make yourself available to answer questions, because they probably don't even know what to ask yet. Thank you, guys. So our new director orientation was from 8 this morning to 11:30. A big thank you to everyone who spoke and presented information. We had, of course, our incoming president, Mr. Steve Benish, and then obviously the invaluable staff who worked so very, very hard to put all of that together. I want to again tell you all just how impressive and grateful we are to have you. Executive Director Trey Apfel, who is always a wealth of information, incoming Chair Paul Stafford, Ross Fisher, Chris Ritter, Ray Cantu, Kaylin Laney, Shauna Willing, Tracy Jarrett, Lowell Brown. As you know, these guys have so much on their plate already, and yet they continue to rise above and to give everybody 100% every single time. So I'm just very, very grateful. And then also a big thanks to the committee, to my friend, my love, Kellyanne Clark, who was talking during my presentation. It's okay. On your own time, people, on your own time. Brittany Harrison, Hisham Masri, Chris Popoff, and Paul Stafford, thank you very much for your work and dedication to this committee. We have talked to our new members about the financial matters, the grievance system, communications, director responsibilities, State Bar, sorry. State Bar policy manuals, the act and board effect, and then of course the ever lovely personal financial disclosures. And with that, I conclude my report.
Any comments or questions that are not on your own time? Okay, all right. We're moving on to item 15B. We'll have Director Scumbeto up to talk about insurance and member benefits subcommittee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be pretty brief. I'd like to start with some enrollment information from the insurance side. For those that might not be familiar, maybe some of the folks in the back rows, the Texas Bar Private Insurance Exchange is the exclusive marketplace for the Texas legal community to get access to insurance products, those products that are offered through the State Bar of Texas. We currently have 120,835 product enrollments on the insurance exchange. Now that is a 26% increase since this time last year. The Insurance Exchange Administrator, which is Member Benefits, Inc., and Prudential, who is the State Bar's insurance partner on the exchange, note that growth has not been seen or is not being seen in most other associations. The major drivers of that enrollment are life insurance, which has seen a 62% increase, or 10,506 new members, and group major medical enrollments, which grew by 29%, or just over 2,300 new enrollments over the past year. So either word is getting out, or people or attorneys are embracing the opportunity more. But it's good to see, because staff does a lot of work to get this out there. So it's reaping some rewards there. Regarding the availability of association health plans to solos, previously I've reported that the Texas Department of Insurance is still in their rulemaking phase. You can copy and paste that to this meeting. They're still making rules for it. It might be a pretty extensive list of rules covering this, I guess. But this board will be updated by someone as that process continues on. Over to the non-insurance side, BetterHelp, as President Tisdale mentioned, was made available to members beginning May 1st. The benefit was rolled out with a marketing campaign that included emails, print and paper advertisements, news releases, etc. As a matter of fact, if you've checked your email, you probably received another email advertisement just this morning on BetterHelp. As President Tisdale reported earlier, as of June 18th, there have been 152 member enrollments in BetterHelp, and that translated to 307 live sessions with a 91% overall satisfaction rating. If you break that down a little bit, that is roughly 3 attorneys per day contacting BetterHelp since it first became available on May 1st. That's 3 people a day that might be drowning and wouldn't have received any help at all. So if you really think about that, that's a very, very good start for the program. It really is. Smoke Ball Bill was introduced, well, we discussed it at the last meeting. It's another new non-insurance member benefit that was launched just yesterday, June 18th. Smoke Ball, of course, was already one of the bar's member benefit partners, but they've added Smoke Ball Bill, which is a free standalone cloud-based law firm billing and accounting product that also, by the way, serves as a compliance tool, providing monthly trust account reconciliation, which is good news for everyone here. Since being launched just yesterday, get ready for this, it became available yesterday, and there are already 177 enrollments in Smoke Ball Bill. So at that rate, there'll be over 500,000 attorneys enrolled in it in a year. That's how you use statistics to lie. That concludes my report, and it's been a pleasure to serve on the Member Benefits Committee, and please let me know if you need anything.
Thank you so much, Director Scumbeto. Any questions or comments? All right, that takes us to agenda item 15C. We have Director Thiagarajan to give a report.
That's what I get for not wearing my heels. Thank you, Chair. I'm here to report on the Board PDP Subcommittee, and the Texas Bar CLE has been very busy as usual. They had a multi-day summer advanced seminar, and they've noted that in-person attendance for CLE is very strong, in some cases matching and surpassing pre-pandemic attendance. They also have several new titles scheduled for the fall, including a course on the new Texas Business Court, as well as handling your first discovery and handling your first deposition. The Texas Bar Books recently released new editions of the Texas Family Law Practice Manual, the Texas Probate System, and the Texas Business Organizations Manual. A new edition of the Texas Real Estate Forms Manual will also be released this summer. All of these practice manuals are accessible online on texasbarpractice.com, and Texas Bar Books also offers an all-access subscription. And this subscription includes all 7 online practice manuals, the online criminal pattern jury charge, and over 1,900 forms. The State Bar is committed to providing quality CLE to lawyers at all stages of their practice and from all income brackets. Currently, there are 4.75 hours of free online classes on texasbarcle.com. They also offer full and partial scholarships for seminars, webcasts, and online classes. And scholarships are also available for downloadable and online publications through Texas Bar Books. The process is fast, easy, and confidential. And I did want to point this out because a lot of younger attorneys don't realize that there is the availability of scholarships for different CLE, and so all they have to do is just fill out the application, and it's quite easy, and most of the time people are able to get this opportunity. Next, the Texas Minority Council program will be held in Austin, October 23rd to 25th. The keynote speaker for the program will be Jeffrey Robinson, the executive director of the Who We Are project. Until April 2021, Robinson was an ACLU deputy legal director and the director of the ACLU Trone Center for Justice and Equality, which houses the organization's work on criminal justice, racial justice, and reform issues. Finally, the Law Practice Management Program and the Texas Bar College will be hosting a reception Thursday evening tomorrow at 5:30 in the DeSoto room. If everyone is encouraged to stop by, meet members of the LPM committee and the State Bar College Board, and find out more about the bar's Law Practice Management Program and the State Bar College. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions? Okay, we're moving on to item 16 in the agenda. We have Director Smith, who will come up as chair of the Affordable Legal Services Subcommittee to give us a report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wooten. I'm going to talk primarily to the new people that are coming in. Everybody else has heard kind of what's going on. I am the chair of the Affordable Legal Services Subcommittee, and things got active back in December of last year when the Texas Access to Justice Commission, headed up by Harriet Myers, who you will hear from a little later on today, had been commissioned by the Supreme Court to look at two possible avenues of providing affordable legal services here in Texas. And one of those was non-lawyer ownership of legal services entities, and the other was limited paraprofessional practice. The commission spent a great deal of time with two different work groups looking at these areas of practice, and ultimately recommended to the Supreme Court the guidelines that they provided on the paraprofessional practice portion of what the Supreme Court had asked them to look at. Anyway, the Supreme Court, and I'm going through this rather quickly because I know you've got other things to do today, but the Supreme Court has not yet acted on the Access to Justice Commission's report. What we have been doing as a bar, since this would be a Supreme Court initiated measure, we are looking at it from the standpoint of how can we help the Supreme Court on whatever they decide to do, because the Supreme Court can enact either of the initiatives, one of the initiatives, or both. There's no binding effect of the vote of the Texas Access to Justice Commission on the two initiatives on the Supreme Court. So when the Supreme Court decides which direction they would like to take on that, the idea is, and our committee, our subcommittee has recommended that the bar be standing there to assist in the implementation to make sure that it is smoothly developed and that the goal of providing affordable legal services here in Texas is met. That's what we are doing right now as a postscript to where the committee stands. I've asked different sections of the State Bar to provide us input. Just this past Monday, Chris Rampelmeyer, who is amongst your fellowship of new incoming directors, as a leader of the family law section, did send a very detailed report that everybody is looking at, and I've just distributed it to the committee. Those of you who are coming in and those of you who are here, whoever is going to be on the Affordable Legal Services Subcommittee in the next year, I think you're going to have some very challenging opportunities to provide good service, work with the Supreme Court, and be able to make legal services more available here in the state of Texas. And I encourage you, those who are selected, you'll get your committee assignments tomorrow. If you're on that committee, you're going to have a lot of fun and you're going to learn a lot. I certainly have over the past year. The other thing that we looked at from our committee was the recommendation from the Legal Services to the Poor Standing Committee for Criminal Matters. They made a recommendation for prosecutor guidelines. In other words, guidelines for prosecutors to use when they're speaking with indigent defendants who are not represented by counsel. It was the recommendation of our subcommittee, after reviewing those and getting input from prosecutors, and then looking at the referendum that was just recently passed, as Director Toby was talking about. In that referendum, there was a DR. That DR was DR 4.03. DR 4.03 basically says if you're dealing with a non-represented individual, all you can really do is tell them to go and seek legal counsel, which basically conflicted with the guidelines that were presented for prosecutors from the Standing Committee for Legal Services to the Poor on Criminal Matters. So we recommended to the board that those not be adopted and not be acted on by the board, and the board did follow through with that. As a postscript to that, following the board's vote, the committee chair for the Affordable Legal Services to the Poor Standing Committee, and y'all will figure out what standing committees are, subcommittees are, board committees are, and bar committees are. It's confusing. Just go read your board policy manual and you'll figure it all out. But anyway, and it's a fascinating read. I'm sure you'll want to do it tonight after all the festivities. You can just sit up and you'll have it done and you'll understand how all that works. But anyway, he contacted me, and as I thought I was rolling off as a director and that would end my responsibilities, but I guess I agreed somewhere in that conversation that I'm going to meet with his committee when they meet again and bring along with me a member of the Texas County and District Attorneys Association to their meeting to discuss whether or not we need to revise any type of recommendation for prosecutor guidelines, or if we need to just kind of let things stand and let the DRs control. It's kind of if you've practiced criminal law, you understand. If you've seen prosecutors dealing with the indigent and struggling to make that communication work, you understand that there is a problem there. It needs to be addressed, and hopefully we'll be working on that, and the subcommittee will continue that work. That's all I have to report on the subcommittee. I do want to say one thing. It has been a real honor and a privilege to be able to work under the tutelage of these fine folks right here, these fine folks right here. I didn't know a damn thing about the bar when I started. I got my arm twisted by Chad Baruch, said, you'll love it, you'll enjoy it, it's only 4 meetings a year. Don't believe that. It's a lot. It's been an absolute honor, privilege, and a blast. And I just have the utmost respect for these folks. Thank y'all. Thank you all very much for what you have given to me and to everybody else in this room. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Smith, for those touching words and that informative report. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we're moving on to item 17 in the agenda. We will now hear from Director Sonia Hoskins for a report for the section representatives to the board.
Good afternoon. It has been a pleasure to work with the sections and service chair to the section representatives to the board. On behalf of the sections, I will present a general report. Section membership is up to 89,545 members, which is an increase of 1,745 members since our last board meeting in April. I do not have time to tell you about all the great work our 47 sections have been doing this bar year. However, I do want to take a little time to highlight a few sections. This year, the litigation section focused on connecting with members across the state and partnered with local bar groups in Austin, Beaumont, El Paso, Fort Worth, Corpus Christi, Houston, McAllen, and San Antonio to provide quality CLE content both in person and live. In April, the section hosted a panel of jurors who had recently served in Harris County trials to share their experience with lawyers, judges, and law students. The appellate session long-running Coffee with the Court series has continued to draw fulsome participation. The series allows lawyers to mingle and converse with the Court of Appeals justice, staff attorneys, and staff in a collegial setting. The family law session continues its effort to strengthen access to justice gap by initiating a 2-year mentorship program to develop family law leaders while improving pro bono services. The sessions continues to promote pro bono services, including presenting 6 CLE outside the large cities in which attorneys receive free, high-quality CLE by taking 2 pro bono cases. The Real Estate Probate and Law Trust Section 2024-2025 Leadership Academy class is getting ready to begin. The REPA Leadership Academy encourages young lawyers to participate in bar activities, involve themselves in section work, and provide networking opportunities and mentoring for these future leaders. The African American section developed the section to enrich the legal practice with its 22-23 programming. The Pathway to the Law program, now in its 2nd year, offers networking events, law school tours, and a mock TART class taught by Professor Neil Newman. This attracted over 180 participants. The corporate law section experienced a productive year, achieving many milestones. In September, the section launched its widely successful free monthly CLE Corporate Counsel Power Hour, attracting thousands of attendees. Along with other targeted efforts, the webinars helped the section surpass 5,000 members for its first time. The section continues to grow. This year, the section also celebrated its 50th anniversary publishing their journal, the Corporate Counsel Review. The Women in the Law section presented its 2nd annual CLE on International Women's Day, hosting simultaneously CLE in 12 different cities across the state of Texas. Along with their monthly Lunch and Learn webinar seminars, the section also collaborated with other sections to provide even more CLEs, opportunities for attorneys in the state of Texas. These highlights are just a few of the numerous achievements selected from our annual section reports. I encourage you to take a sneak preview at the July Bar Journal, which is contained in your board packet, to read all the section reports and learn about the great work our sections are doing and have accomplished this past year and will implement in the upcoming bar year. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Okay, next we will move on to item 18 in the agenda and hear from Judge Monica Gonzalez, Chair of the Commission for Lawyer Discipline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to report on the disciplinary statistics for the 4th quarter, March 1st, 2024 to May 31st, 24. There were 91 complaints resolved through 83 sanctions. The sanctions which were imposed during this period, there were 6 disbarments, 4 resignations in lieu of discipline, 21 suspensions, 12 public reprimands, 22 private reprimands, and 18 grievance referral program. For fiscal year 23 to 24, year-to-date total disciplinary actions through May 31st of 24, 336 complaints were resolved through 293 sanctions. And as far as attorneys' fees revenues collected between June 1st, 2023 and April 30th, 24, $284,138. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions regarding that report? Okay, our next report will be from Harriet Myers as Chair of the Texas Access to Justice Commission.
Thank you very much for having us today again to report to you on the activities of the Texas Access to Justice Commission. It is a pleasure to be here, and I want to take this opportunity to say welcome to Big D. I want to begin by reporting on our gala, which was a tremendous success again this year, due in no small part to support from the Supreme Court of Texas, from this Bar Association, from our co-chairs, from many, many people who contribute to the success of that event, and of course, especially our staff at the State Bar and Texas Access to Justice Commission. It was definitely a success. We raised our goal of $550,000 for legal services to veterans who can't afford legal services even after they have served us, protecting our freedoms and country. So I thank everyone for participating. If you did, we are grateful to you. The event is always a wonderful event, and not just financially successful, but also it's inspirational and a very special event to attend. So if you haven't ever done that, I hope this year you will. Now we are starting planning for next year already. We will be looking for our location because we will not have the AT&T Center available to us. We're looking for our date, and we're recruiting more people to help with fundraising. So any way you want to help us, we'd love to hear from you. One other thing I wanted to mention with respect to the commission especially is that you are losing as your chair and a member of your board, Kenan Wooten. You may know, I hope you do, how valuable she was to the commission as one of our co-chairs last year in the effort for the Supreme Court that has been mentioned. There's nobody like Kenan. She is so effective in such a diplomatic, amazing way. And I have to say, she's just remarkable. So join me in thanking her, not just for her service to you, but to us. And we want to express how much we will miss her. And you know, once you know Kenan, she stays with you. Every time I won't say every time, but so many times when I'm signing a letter or a note or something, I hear this little voice in my head saying, "Say gratefully." Because if you know Kenan, she ends every email just about with that word. And so it's a great habit, actually. So we thank her for that, too. Working with Cindy Tisdale this year has been a remarkable experience. To watch her, she has been an incredible leader for the bar, important to our commission, and we appreciate her so much. And one of the great things about Cindy is that, and there's so many, is that she is so humble. And I think you all know what I mean when I say that, because she's outstanding. She's a great lawyer. She's compassionate. She does so much good, but always very humbly. So thank you, Cindy, for your leadership. And then also, Trey, we want to say thank you on behalf of the commission for the State Bar's help, not just with the gala where it's incredibly important, but also in so many of our activities. And of course, we appreciate Chris Ritter and the not only just legal advice he gives us, but sound just counsel and advice on so many topics. So thanks to both of you for your leadership and for your support for this endeavor of the commission. Thank you. We can clap for them too. So I also, of course, always want to say that we appreciate what our staff does for us also. And in that regard, I hope you have met our new executive director, April Faith Slaker, who has been on board now for a few months. I hope she'll get to meet all of you and you her. She is really off and running and off to a tremendous start. So we appreciate her coming on board with us. We now have 7 employees counting April, and that means she has 6 others to assist her, not just in the commission work, but also the work that she does for the Legal Access Division, or Department, pardon me. We have 2 new employees we're proud of. Also, Sarah Mae Jennings, the new Deputy Director, who will be very important to us. She comes from the Texas Fair Defense Project, where she served as the Policy Director. Particularly, she also led their pro bono program, so she'll be very helpful to us. And her expertise is in restoring driver's licenses and also alleviating barriers that so often are such burdens in getting a job, keeping your house, achieving public benefits that otherwise would be available because of criminal records. So she has worked as a trial attorney, will be very helpful to us. And Zach Levick has joined us, and he also is very experienced in civil litigation and is a trial lawyer in federal and state court and will be very helpful to us also. So we appreciate the staff that we have, and they are doing great work for us. We have a great focus now on our strategic planning process. As we've mentioned to you before, our 2 consultants, John Tull and Bruce Bauer, are doing a very impressive job in guiding our efforts. They've conducted interviews of approximately 60 individuals across the state to make recommendations for areas we should focus on in the strategic plan. And we have identified actually 6, which I will share with you, that will be the focus for the development of the strategic plan through the course of this year. Those 6 are increasing the availability of lawyers for full representation, exploring how to improve the viability of self-help remedies, addressing the challenges of rural access and legal deserts, increasing access to courts for low-income litigants, increasing resources available to support access to justice efforts, and addressing the structure and operational needs of the commission to improve its effectiveness. Our work's cut out for us. We're forming working groups to address all these issues, and we're very hopeful that many in this room will participate with us in the development of that strategic plan. We also have worked to move forward in supporting the Legal Services Corporation's funding request. Interestingly, their budget request for 2025 is $1.797 billion for funding from Congress. And that's a very impressive number. But what it says to me, I don't know what it says to you, but to me it says we've made real progress across this nation in getting support for congressional funding and for legal services and for the appreciation of the need for legal services, or we wouldn't be talking about a number of that dimension. So congratulations to the Legal Services Corporation, is the backbone of the delivery system in our nation for legal services to the poor, and to John Levy, who is an amazing leader there. We have done another reminder, an electronic request that people give the voluntary donation to the Access to Justice Contribution Fund of $150 or more, hopefully more, when they pay their dues. Unfortunately, that level of contribution is still at 8% as I stand here today. We need to improve that. We hope you will help us do that. That is consistent with the past. So We certainly aren't going in the wrong direction, but we need to go much higher in the percentage of lawyers who are making that contribution. And finally, we hope everyone will join us at the Champion of Justice reception this evening. It's always a fun time, and it is to celebrate our Champions of Justice Society members who give above and beyond, for sure above and beyond that $150. So look forward to seeing you there, and thank you very much again for having me.
Any comments or questions regarding that wonderful report? Seeing none, next we are going to hear from TYLA President Laura Pratt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's certainly bittersweet to stand here and give my last report as president of the Texas Young Lawyers Association. It has been a great year. As the public service arm of the State Bar of Texas, TYLA's Board of Directors has expended over 5,000 volunteer hours towards supporting the mission of the State Bar of Texas and supporting our newly licensed Texas lawyers through our projects and our programs that improve the quality of legal services and the functioning of the legal system. This year, we place specific importance on reconnecting with our local affiliates and our local bar associations. But on top of that, we still managed to review, create, expand over 50 different TYLA programs and projects. Outside the adulting project that I mentioned and talked about at our last meeting, we also developed, updated, or translated over 20 different legal resource pamphlets to assist lawyers in their practice. We expanded the substance use and addiction resource to educate and assist lawyers. We also recorded new podcast episodes focusing on professionalism and the Texas Lawyers Creed. And in conjunction with our podcast system, we also migrated our 10-minute mentor program, which was a program from several years back, into the podcast format for future use and actual expansion. Because we all kind of know that videos don't age as well as audio. These are just a few of the many things that we've been able to accomplish. So if you haven't checked out our website recently, please do that. Everything we do is available online free of charge. Even as my term ends, I'm looking forward to next year. And I have no doubts that Director Masri is going to do us all proud. In my very first presentation to this board, I shared with you my vision of creating a symphony of bar service through the different strengths and talents of my incredible TYLA team. It seems only fitting that I end my musical year with a song. And no, I'm not gonna sing for you guys, I already did that. I actually wrote some original lyrics to the old tune, The Parting Glass, and you can read it in page 121 of your materials. But it really, truly is my heart, and I hope you hear that when you read it. I am so very grateful for the support of this board, both professionally and probably more importantly, personally. President Tisdale, and no, I'm not going to look at you. That's a good practice. Thank you for the incredible honor that you have shown me. I started this year with a colleague and an incredible mentor, and I get to end the year with a friend. And I am a better leader and a better person for serving as president with her. As I stand here, I humbly ask all of you to continue in your ongoing support for the TYLA board, but also for our over 40,000 TYLA members across this incredible great state. Madam Chair, that concludes my report. Thank you.
One quick thing, actually two while I'm at it with housekeeping matters. First, I need to mention that the Access to Justice reception is actually tomorrow, not this evening. And so we definitely want high attendance there, so make sure you mark your calendars for that tomorrow. And for all of you who are wondering about annual meeting registration, you have an envelope by your placard, if you haven't noticed this yet, that contains the registration. If you need extra tickets to anything, please see Jennifer Reams. Okay, now back to the agenda. We have a report from Senior Justice Deborah Lehrman of the Supreme Court of Texas.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As usual, I want to start out by thanking all of you. And first, I want to start with the staff of the State Bar of Texas, starting with Trey. And if I went down the list, you know, Jen, Kaylin, Ray, Tracy, Chris, I'd be here all day. But they are truly remarkable to deal with. I say this all the time, but I know that I sometimes drive Trey crazy by calling him with all kinds of things at all times of the day. And he's always there. He's always very, very, very helpful and very much a good leader for our great state. So I truly, on behalf of the court, want to thank all of you. And speaking of the court, I want to start out by also thanking my colleague, who is the deputy liaison for the State Bar of Texas, Evan Young. He's been in this capacity for the last year and a half, and for those of you who don't know him, please do get to meet him. He is one of the most brilliant, hardworking, and nice people that you'll ever meet, and he's truly a joy to work with. I also want to thank our volunteers, every single person in this room. I want to thank Madam Chair Kennan Wooten. I'll cry if I start talking about her too long. I've had the joy of working with her for many, many, many years in many capacities, and she's as great as everybody says. And really the same thing with Cindy Tisdale. I've also had the joy of working with her for many years. I can tell you I've been all over the state, and most of the places I go, Cindy is there. I mean, she has not missed a place. I mean, where were we? I mean, we were in the middle of nowhere, and there you were. Where was it? I mean, she's everywhere. So thank you all very, very much on behalf of the court. We really appreciate you all. I must say, I'm proud to say that for the 9th year in a row, we're on schedule to get through our entire docket this summer, so I'm proud of that. As far as business courts, I know you all want to know a little bit about that. So in February, we issued our preliminary order approving the court and the 15th Court of Appeals. Comments were due May 1st. We are in the process of reviewing those right now. We plan on having a final order out this summer. As you may have read and heard, the governor made appointments to those courts this past week. At the trial court level, the business court has 5 divisions, and they're in the 5 major urban areas of the state: Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, and San Antonio. More may be added in a couple of years. Our own Jerry Bullard was appointed as one. There's 2 judges in each division, and he was appointed as one in the Fort Worth division. At the Court of Appeals level, it is the 15th Court of Appeals. We have 3 justices. Chief Justice Scott Brister, he was appointed, as you all know, he used to serve on our court. Justice Scott Field, who was on the 3rd Court of Appeals, and now he's a district judge in Williamson County. He's also on that 15th court, and April Ferris from the 1st Court of Appeals. These are 6-year terms, just like the other 14 courts of appeals, and their first elections will be held in 2026. We had off-site oral arguments this past February in El Paso. We try to do these twice a year. We do these in the spring and again in the fall. If you all are interested in our coming to your communities, please contact us. I would love to hear from you. I know that Justice Young would, and also our clerk, Blake Hawthorne. So please let us know. We really are open to going everywhere throughout the state. So please contact us about that. With regard to the disciplinary rules that you all talked about earlier, unfortunately, I can't give you a definitive answer right now, but to tell you that we are considering them, we have been talking about them, and I should have some news on that at our next meeting. We talked about the state bar rules and the fact that we did shorten the campaign cycle from beginning in September. Now it will begin in January and will only last for 3 months. So I know that those of you who are going to be running for that office will be very pleased about that. We are currently considering whether to adopt the newly created Gen X bar exam, which would replace the UBA. The UBA, as you all know, we started using it a couple of years ago. It is going to be discontinued in 2028 because this new Gen X bar exam has been created. And you may ask, well, why is a new one being created? Well, this is still going to be testing theory, but it also is going to be more practical in scope. And what that means is there will be things like a fact situation will be laid out, and then the test takers will be asked to come up with a memo or a brief, really reflecting what lawyers really do. We've been really involved in this whole process, and we're certainly not trying to do anything to make it easier to become a lawyer, but simply to make it more practical and make lawyers as what we call practice ready when they get that law license. The good news is that when the people who take the exam pass, they will be members from other states who also have adopted the Gen X bar exam, except that if that particular state has a state component, then that person, say if you're going to take it in Mississippi, then you would need to also take the Mississippi component. And the court now is considering whether or not we're going to bring back our Texas component. Remember, we used to have that. Now we have a Texas deal where you watch something online, and we're considering to go back to the test part of the Texas component that would test things that are like oil and gas and like different things that are going to be more Texas focused. And so again, I just want to thank you. I know I say this all the time, but there's nothing more important, in my opinion, than the third branch of government in this country of ours, and certainly at this very, very divided time. I want to close with a quote that lawyers are the foot soldiers of our Constitution. It's true. I don't think it's ever been more true than it is today. And from the bottom of my heart and of my colleagues, thank you.
I want to take a moment to say thank you for the many years of service in this role, Justice Lehrman. It's an honor to hear from you each time. Any comments or questions on that report? Okay, moving on to item 21B on the agenda, we have Judge Jesse McClure III to give an update from the Court of Criminal Appeals.
Even though I'm a criminal judge, I'm going to take a moment to forget about the Fifth Amendment here and thank the staff and all of you for not calling the court and asking for a new liaison from my court. So, so thank you very much. please keep it a secret. It's just amongst us that I'm still here. We've had an interesting term, not so much from the legal point of view or opinions or decisions, but as of December 31st, we'll be losing 3 of our members of our court. So it will be kind of a brand new world on January 1st. I will no longer be the newest member of my court, which is has been my excuse for the last 3.5 years. Well, I'm the newest one here. I don't know what I'm doing. So I guess I can't use that excuse anymore. We have managed to not make a whole lot of people mad at us this term, except for a few prosecutors. We did have an interesting opinion not too long ago involving rap videos. The appellant's name was Larry Gene Hart. It's a really interesting opinion. Director Baruch got to talk about it in May. I texted him excitedly that morning at like 9:01, like, the opinion's out, you need to read it. I was honored to be the author of the opinion. That's the good news. The bad news is, I guess, 4 of my colleagues disliked it so much that 3 of them wrote dissents. I feel like that's, we set some sort of record for 3 dissents and a concurrence with a majority opinion, but as I am fond of saying, and as Justice Lehrman and Justice Young know, one of the immutable rules of the universe is that 5 is more than 4. So there you go. And then continuing with the theme that Justice Lehrman had about going on the road, they go on the road. Sometimes they hear oral arguments. We did as well this spring. We were in Dallas in May. I want to put on your radar in October, specifically October 1st, we will actually be in Alpine at Sul-Ross University hearing oral arguments. And that's being done in conjunction with the Criminal Justice Interest Section. So if you want to visit West Texas or that part of West Texas, please come out. I've never been there, so I'm really excited to go. You know, as the song says, the stars at night are big and bright, so I'm looking forward to seeing them out there. And one of the reasons we do this, obviously, you know, if you take government closer to the people that vote for you, that's obviously a good thing. People need to see their government at work and not necessarily have to drive to Austin to see us at work or to see the Supreme Court at work. But another reason why we do this is because there is a shortage of criminal lawyers, especially in rural areas. And if you talk to prosecutors or defense lawyers in rural areas, they're really starting to struggle, and that's not good for anybody. If somebody alleges that a crime has been committed against them, it's not good for them to wait 4 or 5 years for that case to be resolved. Obviously, if you're charged with a crime, it's really not good for you to wait 4 or 5 years. And so that's one of the reasons why we do that. So love for you to come out and see us at work. We'll probably go somewhere in the spring as well. We haven't decided where, but probably not one of the usual suspects. We're trying to, you know, branch out a little bit more. In 2023, we went to Waco, so we're trying to spread it around a bit. In 2022, we went to Lubbock. So just keep that on your radar. I just appreciate all of you and all the work you do. Like I said, I love serving on this board as the liaison, and I look forward to doing it and seeing you tonight and then seeing you going forward. Again, don't tell anyone I'm here. Thank you very much.
The secret is safe with us. Any comments or questions regarding that report? Okay, next up, we have Chief Justice Rebecca Martinez, our Judicial Section Liaison, to give a report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge McClure, you're welcome to come to San Antonio. We're a 7-member court. We just put 2 flagged on each end. We're good. Come to San Antonio. On behalf of the Judicial Section, I would offer the following report, my last one as the Judicial Section Chair. We have various subcommittees, and it's just info for some of our newer board members. We have several subcommittees within our Judicial Section. One is our legislative subcommittee chaired by Judge Alfonso Charles. He's been our chair for quite some time, very fluent. We will be entering the next legislative session, so that's an active subcommittee. We continue to focus on issues affecting the judiciary, particularly we always have judicial pay raises and other matters, particularly with court performance measures that we're hoping to assist all of our section members to be able to improve those reporting. As you know, the last legislative session, the legislature would like to know more, they're more data driven. They want to know how long is a case getting from beginning to end, and so many others. So we, as members of the section, we're wanting to make sure our members are fully prepared and given all the resources available to them. We also have a membership committee also is going to put out a new membership brochure to help us retain and recruit new members to the section. Our technology and website committee, chaired by Judge Villarreal out of Laredo, he's a fascinating gentleman who is really getting us back into the modern era and even putting QR codes and everything just to make it really accessible for our judges. Our ethics subcommittee is also continues to be chaired by Judge Lee Gabriel. This is one of the prominent benefits for being a section member, that you can get access to both written and formal written advisory opinions on ethical matters for judges, and it's a very busy committee, and we're proud to have Judge Gabriel and that committee to be accessible to us to answer those continuing questions. Our bylaws and resolutions committee, chaired by Les Hatch, given the new enactments of the 15th Court of Appeals and the business trial courts, we will be considering at our next board meeting a proposed bylaw change on whether or not we should have a liaison or another board member on our committee, on the Judicial Section Committee. A Lifetime Achievement Awards, our nominations deadline was June 15th, and we have 6 nominees for the Lifetime Achievement Award, which will be announced in September at our annual judicial conference. So great nominations. And the proud thing that I am most proud of about Judicial Section, it's very diverse. We have judges represented on the board from all over Texas, across the region, just as much as the board of the State Bar is diverse. From McKinney to Conroe to Corpus, San Antonio, El Paso, San Angelo, Fort Worth, Lubbock, Houston. And our board members are also various in ranks in terms of appellate, district courts, county courts at law, retired judges, our Supreme Court liaison, our liaison from the Court of Criminal Appeals, and of course the presiding regional judges. So we're very honored to have every member there. We have liaisons as well with the Texas Center for the Judiciary, chaired by Justice Steve Smith, who shares that our annual judicial conference, whose link to register had just opened up, it is sold out. So we are very excited to have a sold-out crowd, and we already have, we're looking at wait lists and other hotels to host all the judges that will be coming down. Guess where? San Antonio. So mi condo is su condo. And thank you very much for our liaison from the State Bar of Texas, Brandy Wingate, who also comes to our board and hopefully shares with us also about what's happening here from the State Bar. That's all. I do want to express or continue the theme of gratitude that our Chair Wooten has shared. It has been a distinct pleasure for me to work on here as a former member of TYLA 30 plus years ago. And all of the affinity bars and all the bar service that I've had in the last 30 years of my, as being a licensed attorney, it is always a distinct pleasure to serve on boards like this one. The collegiality and the civility, just by example. The night of our last meeting, before we announced and voted for your successor, I'm playing shuffleboard with Paul and Liz and a small group of people. I had the most amazing time, and that was by example how individuals that are on a ballot who are competing for a position on this board can break bread and share a glass or two of beer and play shuffleboard. I'm the queen of shuffleboard, apparently, by the way. I think it's because I have a lower center of gravity. But I will tell you that that is just one example of the many experiences I've observed here by the members of this board, all of the directors here, and you are the very modern model of an attorney. And I'm very proud to be of service as a lawyer, as a member of the judiciary, I just wanted to share that experience, and it moves me again that the future of our state bar is in good hands with all of you. Let me first last end by introducing my successor as chair-elect. I will literally pass the gavel to Judge Bill Miller, who is here and came to the newbie orientation this morning. Judge Miller, stand, wave, hello, say hello. And lastly, it's been a grateful to Bree, well-deserved award, because no one can say no to Bree. This is the bench bar book because she got me to judge the moot court competition tomorrow or whenever that is. So thank you, Bree and Coy, for all of your hard work. This is a lot of work. I echo that sentiment. So thank you very much. I've got reading material for tonight. And it's been a distinct pleasure also to serve with my brother-in-law, Judge Jason Pulliam, who served with me on the fourth court and now on the federal bench. But it's been a distinct pleasure to serve with him and with Cindy and Keenan and everybody here on the board. So thank you very much. And I have a pencil for you. It's sitting there. You see it, Director? Right next to you. See it? Okay, hand it to me. I share this with Cindy, and it's a gavel pencil to say thank you again to allowing me to serve under your leadership this last year. So
Thank you.
thank you. That concludes my report, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chief Justice Martinez, for your service and your setting an example for us as well in how to lead with kindness and diligence. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, we will hear from our federal judicial liaison, Judge Jason Pulliam.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Madam Chair. I never have anything funny to offer. I always follow people who have PowerPoint presentations, offer great comedic statements. So I have none of that. I will continue my trend during my term of service with a boring report. I understand, but I guess that was funny, right? People, but I will say, I've never been more funny than when I'm on the bench when somebody needs something from me. I am quite humorous then. Yeah, exactly. I understand that Judge Jeff Brown, who serves on the Southern District of Texas, and he serves in the Galveston Division, I believe, will be following me. I don't see him here in the room, but he's going to be great in this role. And he's a former member of the Texas Supreme Court. And I think he was also on was he on the 14th court or the first court before that? I know he's also a district court judge. He started his judicial career in that capacity, but he's going to be great. And he and I are pretty good friends. So I have three quick items to discuss with you. The first one is the Fifth Circuit's proposed artificial intelligence rule. And that rule was regarding the use of generative AI and an accompanying certification. The Fifth Circuit decided, I believe, either late last week or early this week, to not enact such a rule after some feedback and public comment. Maybe some folks in here aren't aware of that, some folks are. I don't know where you stand on that, but the Fifth Circuit did encourage all attorneys to be ever so mindful about your responsibility when you file matters with their court. And I think the same holds true whether you're in state court or federal court, trial court, or an appellate court. You are always responsible for what you file. So on to the second item. The second item is the recent Supreme Court's bump stock ruling. And that was issued just 5 days ago on June 14th, 2024. It's Garland versus Cargill. Justice Thomas delivered the opinion of the court. There was a dissent. It was Justice Sotomayor, joined by Justices Jackson and Kagan. And I'll just briefly read from the opinion. Justice Thomas writes, Congress has long restricted access to machine guns, a category of firearms defined by the ability to shoot automatically more than one shot by a single function of the trigger. And this definition is housed in 26 U.S.C. 5845B, and it is prohibited, and machine guns are prohibited under 18 U.S.C. Section 922O. Semi-automatic firearms, which require shooters to re-engage the trigger for every shot, are not machine guns. This case asks whether a bump stock, an accessory for a semi-automatic rifle that allows the shooter to rapidly re-engage the trigger and therefore to achieve a high rate of fire, converts the rifle into a machine gun. We hold that it does not, and therefore they affirmed the Fifth Circuit. The case originated out of the Western District of Texas. It was actually in the Austin Division. Judge David Ezra, who also serves with me in the San Antonio Division, was the original trial judge. He held a bench trial, and he determined that a bump stock, or that a semi-automatic rifle outfitted with a bump stock, did fit the statutory definition of a machine gun. It went to the Fifth Circuit. The original panel affirmed Judge Ezra's determination. The Fifth Circuit reversed that on rehearing en banc, and then cert was granted. Justice Thomas further writes, under the National Firearms Act of 1934, machine gun is any weapon that shoots, is designed to shoot, or can be readily restored to shoot automatically more than one shot without manually reloading by a single function of the trigger. The statutory definition also includes any part designed and intended for use in converting a weapon into a machine gun. This capability distinguishes a machine gun from a semi-automatic firearm. With a semi-automatic firearm, the shooter can only fire one time by engaging the trigger. Now, what I found interesting about this case was both sides, the majority and the dissent, claimed that the case was easy and that both sides were being faithful to the text of the statute. Justice Sotomayor writes in her dissent, this is not a hard case. All of the textual evidence points to the same interpretation. A bump stock equipped semi-automatic rifle is a machine gun because, one, with a single pull of the trigger, a shooter can, two, fire continuous shots without any human input beyond maintaining forward pressure. So an interesting case. And which leads me to my third point. We need to be mindful because we have a major firearms decision, Second Amendment decision that will be issued maybe even tomorrow. It's the U.S. versus Rahimi case, which also came out of the Fifth Circuit and originated, I think, out of the Northern District of Texas originally. And in that case, it involves the constitutionality of 18 U.S.C. Section 922G8 regarding prohibitions for individuals who are subject to domestic violence orders. The Supreme Court granted cert in Rahimi without a circuit split. Judges, lawyers, and legal scholars are all eagerly awaiting this decision to see if the court will clarify or modify the text and history-based doctrinal or methodological approach used to determine the constitutionality of firearms laws. This test was first announced 2 years ago in the Bruin case. We'll see what happens, so stay tuned. Hopefully we'll have an answer tomorrow, but this, the Rahimi case will really determine what happens going forward with the Second Amendment and where our federal and state firearms laws stand. That is my report. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that substantive report, and I, for one, laughed, I think, 3 times, so, yeah. All right. Item 21E on the agenda, we're going to hear now from our out-of-state lawyer liaison director, Rocky Esrani.
Hi, so I'm here to give my final report, final out-of-state report for my term on the board. My report will focus on my home state of California. As President-elect Benesh may have mentioned, the California State Bar is one of the largest in the country. They recently released their 2023 digital annual report, which focuses on the accomplishments and challenges they're facing given the staffing and budgeting constraints that a lot of state bars are facing. But they've also kind of gone through a whole transparency and accountability thing that you guys may have heard about. The disbarred attorney from LA, Thomas Girardi, who appeared occasionally on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. A couple of things I just want to highlight from that report. The total number of attorneys in California is 271,000. New attorneys was about 5,315. Legal aid funds distributed was a record $150 million. The victims reimbursed through the Client Security Fund, there were a total of 438 for a total of $6.23 million that was dispersed. The complaints about attorney misconduct, unauthorized practice of law was about 17,000. And in response to the Girardi scandals that I mentioned earlier, the California Supreme Court recently adopted the Professional Code Conduct Rule 8.03, which Texas had adopted a long time ago, which requires attorneys to report other attorneys for illegal or egregious actions. And because of that, from last year to this year, the number of attorney-initiated complaints in California rose by over 80%. A couple of other things. Last year, I had reported on a California State Bar study that showed that black male attorneys experienced higher rates of discipline. The observed disparities were mainly because of prevalence of prior complaints, firm size, and whether the attorney had sought representation. They recently took a bunch of proactive steps that I just wanted to mention here as well, which was archiving more than 500,000 closed complaints that were older than 5 years old, which has made a big difference, encouraging attorneys in the discipline system to seek representation, with a funded representation pilot program to be considered for the 2024 and 2025 budgets, as well as implementing proactive communication measures with attorneys that are aimed at preventing overdrafts in client trust accounts, which lead to a lot of the discipline issues. Justice Lerman had mentioned the revamping of the bar exam here in Texas. Actually, California is considering the same thing. They're looking to debut something in 2026, which is to develop its own bar exam to test federal and California law instead of using the overhauled version of the national bar exam. And they also actually did one other thing that I don't think we do here in Texas, is they started a provisional licensing program which allows an aspiring lawyer to practice law as a provisionally licensed lawyer under the supervision of a fully licensed attorney. And then they have to meet some other requirements. But they have to get like 300 hours working under a current attorney to be able to practice law, as well as take the bar exam, but their standards of passing that bar exam aren't as high. And then the last thing I'll mention, President Tisdale had mentioned about the AI guidelines. State Bar of California became the first state bar in the nation to provide AI guidelines. They have a 5-page document that details exactly how lawyers can use AI in their legal practices. And they're also exploring whether California accredited and registered law schools should require courses on competent use of generative AI, and whether changes in regulations or rules are needed related to the bar exam and to generative AI. So that concludes my report on what's happening in California. It's been a pleasure to serve on this board, to come out to Texas from California. Usually a lot of my family comes to California, so I hardly get a chance to come out to Texas. So I really appreciate this opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your service. We really appreciate it. Any questions or comments regarding that report? All right, seeing no hands, the next item on the agenda is item 22, report from General Counsel Ross Fisher. He has no report, so it's a good thing he's not here. But in the time I've got, I'm going to tell you just 2 more things for us to keep in mind. First, right after the meeting, we have board photos. And everyone needs to go because they're going to take a photo of the directors from this year, the directors next year, so everybody needs to go. It's in the Peacock Room, and it's the first room to the left past the double doors. Staff will help us get there, but just remember to go there after the meeting ends. And then this evening, we're going to meet in the hotel lobby by the grand entrance by 5:45 to load onto the bus for dinner at the Arts District Mansion. The staff will be spread out through the lobby again to help all of us get there. The herding of the cats is appreciated. That takes us to item 23 on the agenda, report from Chief Legal Counsel Chris Ritter.
Thank you, and I'm going to give a public report, and then I think the rest of the part that I'll speak about will be in closed session. But I just wanted to announce how proud I am of the legal team this year. After so many things happened with the Boudreaux case, I wanted to share with the public, that we have worked together since November, and as a team, we've reviewed 3,372 communications. It's really important to us to protect the important work the State Bar does, to comply with what the Fifth Circuit has clarified for us, to make sure that we articulate and that we stay within the bounds of what we're supposed to do as a State Bar, so that we don't alienate any of our members or anybody in the public with any positions that we shouldn't be taking, and specifically that we stay within improving the quality of legal services and regulating lawyers. And I wanted to also mention our office has 3 lawyers, and one of those lawyers does Public Information Act responses primarily. And this year our team has done 484 PIA requests and responses, and that was a lot of work. That's a record. That's a record for the bar. We've also reviewed 254 contracts and handled countless random legal matters, including HR issues and all of that. I just wanted to thank my team, Amanda Engel, Ian Stuslaff, and our leadership team. Trey Apfel I've come into his office many times and just vented, and I appreciate the free therapy. But with that, the rest of my report I want to give in closed session. Thank you.
Okay, it is now 4:23 p.m. and the State Bar Board of Directors will recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 for the purpose of discussing the evaluation of the General Counsel and the evaluation duties and compensation of the Executive Director, and Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding Boudreaux v. Louisiana State Bar Association, Turnbull v. Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al. In the federal court, Washington v. State Bar of Texas et al., Yon v. State Bar of Texas et al., Butler v. State Bar of Texas et al., Robbins v. State Bar of Texas et al., Turnbull v. Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al. In Travis County, legal matters relating to 1415 Lavaca, and as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board liaisons and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from closed session. We will notify you and the public when we are about 5 minutes out from returning to open session. For those of you who are incoming directors but not yet directors, you can take this time to go outside and visit, and we will call you back in when closed session is over. Okay, everyone, it is now 5:18 PM, and the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to the evaluation of the General Counsel and the evaluation, duties, and compensation of the Executive Director and consultation with legal counsel regarding Boudreaux v. Louisiana State Bar Association, Turnbull v. Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al. In the Federal Court, Washington v. State Bar of Texas et al., Yon v. State Bar of Texas et al., Butler v. State Bar of Texas et al., Robbins v. State Bar of Texas et al., Turnbull v. Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al. In the Travis County District Court, legal matters relating to 1415 Lavaca, and as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551074, to deliberate regarding personnel matters. We will now move on to the action items stemming from closed session. President Tisdale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Evaluation Subcommittee, I make a motion for approval of the recommendation for Executive Director Trey Apfel to receive a 7% increase effective June 1st, 2024.
We do need a second for that motion. Is there a second? So many. I feel like I haven't gone to this side of the room recently. Director Pratt, we have a second. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say nay. Unanimous approval. Item 24 on the agenda is for information purposes only, so that takes us to the mission statement. Director Hicks, please come up to lead us in that mission statement.
Please join me. The mission of the State Bar of Texas is to support the administration of the legal system, assure all citizens equal access to justice, foster high standards of ethical conduct for lawyers, enable its members to better serve their clients and the public, educate the public about the rule of law, and promote diversity in the administration of justice and the practice of law. Thank you.
Bravo, well done. So for those of you confused about where we're meeting at 5:45, it's in the atrium, but not all the way to the atrium. So if you've gone to the atrium, you've gone too far. There will be many members of staff to help us there. But remember, we have pictures first, so we might just go from pictures straight to that meeting point. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting? So moved by the collective. Is there a second by the collective? All right, we are adjourned.